I'm sick of hearing the same story, tales of another time. Encourage yourself, lose your strength, get lost in between the lines. Echoes from another time. Your words will never die. Your words will never die. I hear them resonate through my mind. Your words will never die. Your words will never die. I'm sick of hearing you say sorry, admitting to all of your crimes. You buried yourself, lost your strength, destroyed all the good in your life. Echoes from another time. Your words will never die. Your words will never die. Hear them resonate through my mind. Your words will never die.
Welcome back to Humble Pie. I'm your host, Jimmy D. With me.
Me. The guy who apparently, Little Pound Cake
Just was so excited to see you.
that he broke the entire system. Thanks, man.
He is doing what I do need the rest of you guys to do, though. So if you could, please hit that exclamation point join above my head right now. Hit that because we got 2 packs to give away. And with the system outage, we're just going to skip right into the gameplay. Guys, we have 6 games, best of 1. This is 2 different events. The first 3 are going to be from part 2 of week 5. That's last Saturday. And then you're going to have Tuesdays right following that with some new players, some new decks, and everything ready to... This is pretty much our farewell to the current meta, because I believe starting Tuesday will be right into the OP11 meta. No. So
OP11 doesn't officially release till the 6th.
Yeah, so. That's right. So we do have like one more recording.
Okay, we have people clamoring to go back to buggy stuff.
Buggy stuff?
There were more buggy reveals. It's blue, so he doesn't care about it.
Well, it's just, we literally lost everything. Our entire system crashed. I don't even know if I'll be able to get back to...
I can get back to it.
Let's see, how many buggy reveals? Because I want to get... we lost the whole op tempo. We lost the whole move here. We are going to finish the list. This is plenty of content to go over. And it's just... It was
no, scroll down more.
These cards right here?
Yep.
Okay, we'll go over these 3 cards for you guys. But I wanted to get the tempo back into something different here. So we could get into some regular play here for this and kind of redeem this recording into something that we can edit well. Captain, literal 5 days, Honestly Impact's coming in. Yeah. And that is one of the things I was really super excited to show you guys. We're going to be buying some really cool cosplay outfits for that actual event, because Kobe, as soon as I can get it built, they can't see it yet, but Kobe, as soon as it gets built and ready to go, we're going to have our best of 7 matchup. So if you guys have been looking forward to that best of 7 between Garp and Kobe, it's coming, guys. It's coming. I will be happy if I pull a manga. I mean, who wouldn't?
I mean, it's not a manga, it's just an alt art.
Yeah, the Honesty Impact, it looks similar to the one that we were saying Divine Departure was a manga, and the one that wasn't. It's just a really cool alt art that was... It's still pretty highly priced, too. I don't think you would run it in sealed either. Still having it regardless. I mean, it's a good card, and we'll see.
And like, maybe it's decent removal, so maybe you'd see it in sealed. I don't know.
Yeah, we do have 6 games, so we're gonna go over first.
It's the mole. Of course, you want to build the crazy SP Luffy.
Yeah. Good to see you, Bruhane. Bruhane, do I have something from you here? Bruhane, are you not in my chat? Because I've been trying to contact you for a while. Like, are you in my Discord? Because you won a pack a while ago, and I've been trying to contact you for this thing. I should be in your Discord? All right, well, make sure you're in my the Humble Pie Discord. Hit a, like, higher wave for me so we can contact after this thing and I can get this back out to you. I've had this thing sitting here for, like, a couple weeks. Glad you came back, though. All right, guys, we're going to go into this. The Humble Pie Discord channel. It should be just the pie. A nice little, like, it looks like a piece of pumpkin pie, one of my favorites, but... Yeah, make sure you get down there in the link in the Twitch, go down the bottom, get into that Discord link.
That is not a pumpkin pie. Oh, this is a pumpkin pie, but...
Yeah. No. The chat interaction tip, that's not... No, you hit the Humble Pie with... But the Discord channel should be like a... You can hit in general, just so I can find you. And then we'll contact each other, and I'll start talking to you, and we'll get the information so I can get this email out to you. Glad you caught up. I've been looking through, guys. I got a crap ton of these things just sitting cluttering my desk, waiting for people to come back. Like, you like D's, the guy that got me with the D's nuts joke. He still hasn't come back yet. And who's this one? Trey1721 still hasn't come back. I wanted to get these things out to you guys. I give these packs away for free. I don't want them just cluttering my desk. But
whatever happened to the 48-hour window?
We did. If they come back here and I can see them like this, I'm 100% down to give it back to them. Because I want to get a hold of these guys.
Okay.
If anything, I just want to get... Thank you very much for the post. I just want to get you guys all on the same channel, the same page. That way, regardless, if you guys are busy, you can come in, you hit the exclamation point, you got to leave. I still have a way to contact you after the stream to say, hey, congratulations, you won. Here's what you won. Go check out the VOD. Yeah. I appreciate you, Brain. I really do. All right, guys. Let's get into revealing the last 3 cards of the Buggy deck. Then we're going to get into the deck list for our first round. And we'll go back-to-back because we're going to do 2, 2, and 2 for tonight. So get ready for back-to-back games of best of 1 We're going to announce the winner after round 2, who won the first one. And then on the last round, we'll announce the winner for the last tournament. And we'll be giving away packs. So let's get into the buggy reveals.
Alright, so we have this Crocodile and Mihawk card. It costs 7k power, no counter. On play, draw 2, trash 1. Then play a cross-skilled type character with a cost of 4 or less from your hand. And once per turn, if your cross-skilled character would be removed by your opponent's card effect, you may trash a card from your hand instead. So more draw power, a little bit of swarming. 4 cost isn't ideal, but with a lot of the newer cards, it is pretty solid.
Is Lifelink going to do the 2v2? We're going to be doing the deck battles. I don't know about 2v2 though. We've done a 2v2 before.
We did 2v2 is something different than the buddy battles.
Okay. Oh, okay. We'll talk to Daddy Lifelink and see what he says. I don't see why we wouldn't. I'd say expect right now the release this Friday. Tomorrow we will be going live, opening up a bunch of cards and showcasing that stuff for the new set from OP11. We will have the box tournament recorded on Saturday, and that box tournament will be showcased on Monday for that event. And in Tuesday will be the last recording of the last of this new meta before we rotate into OP11 meta here. And then, of course, that weekend we'll be doing the deck battles. So you guys get a look at all the new starter decks and all those new cards. How is it we get the Croc?
No, it's how... He's saying the 2v2 event is how we get the Croc promo.
Okay, then yeah, we will. We'll definitely have it, because as soon as we get the promo, we're going to have to host it. It'll probably be a Saturday, a week from this... Not this Saturday, 2 weeks from this Saturday.
I didn't see it on TCG, or, TCG Plus, but...
No, I don't think he's even got a promo, so no, he's supposed to throw it, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Okay.
Buggy fans will want it to complete the promo set for the Cross Guild? Absolutely, yeah. We'll get it there. I'm sure Chris signed up for it, he just hasn't put it up yet. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so... this card's alright. I've talked to Wolf a little bit about, its playability. I think it's fine. Wolf says it's not as good. I'd love to hear a little Poundcake's opinion on this card.
Yeah.
And the next card, we have this Kabaji. 4 cost, 1k, 2k counter if you have 2 or more characters with a base cost. Oh, the Croc Mihawk card's busted? Oh, good to hear, good to hear. If you have 2 or more characters, base cost 5 or more, this card gains blocker and +1 cost, so good for your buggy, and also another blocker.
And 6k on the opponent's turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice little 6k blocker. That's always good. Brewhan says protection from buggy is what he really needed. Deck is giving Dolphy starter vibes. Yeah, I can see that.
Except one of the super rares is garbage.
The next one?
And now we have this emoji, which... Same effect as the Kabaji, and then on KO, if your leader is buggy and you have 3 or less cards in hand, draw a card.
Yeah, just
so
doesn't get stronger, but it does have the same effect. Nice and filtering effects. Cards. Yeah. All right, there's your buggy foils and reveals. Now let's get into our round 1 deck posts. These ones actually surprisingly more accurate than the rest of the ones we've had in the last couple of weeks, because a lot of people got their deck list, so I really appreciate it. Richie in the chat, good to see you. Richie in the back of the art for that one. Yeah, I guess Richie D. Luffy would definitely be a fan of Richie in the back. But yes, let's get into the deck list. The Moji makes me laugh. He used to have a lion outfit, but now he's just it's a panda. Yeah, I can see that. The buggy pirates have always been hilarious. They're a good laugh a minute and intro that we need to make sure that there's a good balance of comedy, good balance of drama, and lore, as they say.
All right.
Which is what's making that story so good. Did you already go back over the OP12 buggy stuff? We just did. We literally just did.
You mean, if you're talking about, the only one that has an effect is the Alvida. If you're talking about the vanilla 2k counters, they are sure vanilla 2k counters.
Yeah, and we did cover the Alvida and the rest of them.
We covered the Alvida a week ago. We covered the original, the starter deck Alvida we covered earlier in stream.
Captain Little says, I gained so much respect for Buggy after that speech. Yes, I do know which one. Little Force, but I mean that's his luck. I like it. But no spoilers in chat, of course. I won't go into details.
I mean, no, that was in the anime already.
Was it? Good. Okay, so it is caught up in the anime, so we can briefly talk about it. But yes, if I remember correctly, it was when he was under extreme duress and wanting to chase after the One Piece, which was a really good speech, by the way. I didn't even see that they were Vanilla's LOL stream crashed. Oh, all right, yeah. Those cards are just
vanilla 2K counters.
yeah,
it was
decent bodies.
I believe it was like a Kabaji 5-drop and a Buggy 6-drop.
Yeah. Yeah, all these things are available actually on the Discord, the official Discord for One Piece. So I'm sure most of you guys are already watching it. For us, it's just an opportunity to see where we might tool these in, see cards we might be looking and speculating on. Because we did unfortunately lose time to speculate on what we expect to see from OP11, but we'll give you that content tomorrow. When we're in the studio talking about our pack openings, we'll let you guys know what cards we're looking for, the ones that we're hopefully chasing after. Obviously, me, Kobe cards. You?
Nothing.
Anything else? Nothing?
Pretty much nothing, yeah.
No, Pound Cake, yeah, I got to replace the old 2Ks with new 2Ks. Yeah, there you go. And they're decent bodies. But yeah, let's get into the deck list. Monkey D. Luffy, Black Purple. This one I think best for you because you started off with this. As soon as it got printed, you were like all in on this deck.
Yeah, okay. So first off, Don times 1, all your characters gain +1 cost. This is actually a really good effect that is very relevant because it throws off the math for black decks and for different removal effects. It throws off the math, which has saved me so many times. This type of effect, whether it's this or Usopp, both this type of effect has done me so many favors, so much.
Even not in a meta where there's not a lot of black representation.
There's still cost-based removal in colors other than black.
True. And resting capability, absolutely.
Yeah. So, and now for the actual main effect, we have your turn once per turn. So your turn is important for Gum Gum Giant. When 2 or more Don cards on your field are returned to your Don deck, add 1 Don from your Don deck as active and 1 is rested. Very strong.
Absolutely. Kind of negating the negative effects of a lot of cards. And a lot of reasons why we're going to see some of these cards to say up to 1 Don back. So you can actually use it in other purple or this purple.
Yeah.
Good.
And this is also an estimation of Spencer's deck list. He didn't send us a deck list in time.
Yeah, I think there's only 2 deck lists from here that we didn't have the exact deck list from. A lot of these we did. No, it's really
we have Lost Searcher. It's a searcher. We have this Black Maria. What you want to do with this in this deck, you're mainly using it to just get 1. So your 3 Don turn, you play this out. Get 1. You only need 1 arrested Don end of turn. Put back 2. Yeah, it's every color besides red, basically.
So it does have cost, not power. Yeah.
There are a couple cards in blue and a couple cards in purple that are power based, but for everything else, it's mostly. So, this is a ramp tool for the deck. Usohachi, crazy card.
Great 2K counter as well.
Zoro, this is just a better version of Black Maria for the deck. Sure, it's not a 2K counter, but it's a body.
Bond Clay is still seeing some play. I like this one.
Spencer's coping on the Bond Clay.
Yeah, a lot of people have rotated out of this one. Even one of our massive players of this in the beginning was Greg, and he's even moved away from not playing it at all.
Yeah, honestly, I think between the Black Maria and the Zoro, you don't really need the Bond Clay in this deck, but Spencer likes it. I guess he just likes showing off that he has a lot of money between this and this.
Yes, this one. Showcase this one. This is a brand new card from EB02.
So this Luffy is crazy for this deck. If your leader is multicolored and your opponent has 5 or more Don, this character gains Rush.
Nice.
And then on attack, return 2 or more active Don cards from your Don deck.
Active. Important.
It is active, but this also is 2 or more, or 2, so you do get to proc leader. Set this character as active, then add the top card of your life to your hand.
Got literal in the chat saying Vonclave's good, just other options right now, and I think that's the issue. Is he's kind of getting power crept out, and while it does have a great ability of being able to copy something for one big swing and then just becomes a super blocker.
Vonclave is going to be a lot more popular as soon as we get blue purple.
Yeah,
because it's a generic ramp option for blue purple that also puts a body on board, which blue purple can't really do early game.
All right,
so it'll see a lot more play.
All right.
So this is one of your main finishers for this deck.
And
crazy card.
Decks, it's super good from this new set.
It's this and black purple are the only decks this is good in.
Oh, okay.
Or green purple, I mean.
Okay.
Then we have this Sanji. On play, return 1 or more, gains Rush, and rests a character with 6 cost or less. Very strong. We have this Luffy, another card, return 1 or more, draw a card, gain Rush. We have this Don -10 for the turn skip, and then ramps it back.
There's a reason it's one of, but when you see it, you know it's game. Or two of in this one. So
Yeah, it's
two of in is. This one is a game ender, guys. This is the one that often, if you see this, the opponent's saying, I have done the math and I'm going to win the next turn. Or I screwed up the math and I just conceded the game because I overplayed my hand. But yeah, this is an amazing effect and just a great finisher for this deck.
Right. Then we have Spencer is on this card. I think Spencer is wrong for being on this card. Dot -2, KO one of your opponent's characters with 6k power or less. It's honestly just worse than this, and I honestly don't even play this.
Top not anymore.
Yeah.
All right, and his opponent is going to be Greg, the red-purple Luffy player here. And this is his new updated modified list that he's been working on. He's been bouncing back and forth. He wanted to use some of the new starter deck cards, some of the new OP 10 cards, and obviously you can see some additions with Sanji, which normally weren't in here. We've got some new additions with the Nico Robbins, which weren't normally in his list before. We got some nice little 2-cost blocker. And, of course, the 3-cost 2,000 power blocker here. Down -1, look at the top 3 cards on the top of your deck. Reveal it to 1 Straw Hat Crew type card and add it to your hand. Then place the rest of the bottom of your deck in any order. So a nice little searcher. Helps him get to some of the bigger top ends. He notably has gotten rid of his 10-cost Goldie Roger that he used to play of, and something that he's regretted a couple times. I'm wondering if he'll ever bring it back. But it has been shown up in situations where, had he seen it, he could have done pretty well. And I mean, he can search pretty well through his deck. I mean, he turbos through his deck quite a bit. Through a lot of these cards with the Gum Gum Giant, obviously, being able to get an additional 2 cards to turbo through. And a lot of good searchers, a lot of good blockers. Really just going with the Straw Hat theme with this deck. It used to have like a lot of different mixtures. You used to see Queen in this build. You used to see Bon Clay in this build. You used to see a lot of other IPs. But this one, more centric on the Straw Hat IP. It's like this, or just the Straw Hat type here. Like that's what this deck wants to do. It wants to get as many of the best answers you possibly can in the early games. And then have a nice little bodies here that are constantly putting the pressure on your opponent. Because remember, even though it is 6k power, it's also 3 life. So it needs to put a lot of pressure on the early games to get their win con. And I love that he's really up in the high defense here. Radical Beam, which is what it was always been playing before, and a power up with the Gum Gum Giant, which is what, if you talk to most One Piece players today, is a powerhouse. And needs a ban. I don't know. It's telecasted. And I think there are ways to deal with it. But it is a very good card. I'm not going to deny it as a good card. Captain says, hey, I pulled a Luffy from the EBO2 set box and I was able to secure. Makes me want to get another price ever calms down. I don't blame you. I think it will. I think the price is going to fluctuate quite a bit with the new sets coming out, the new starter decks. We're going to see probably chaos when it comes to pricing for cards with all the amount of releases that are coming out. EBO2 might drop for a little bit longer, and then eventually when people realize that we might not see a reprint, it's leaning that direction.
We are going to get a small reprint wave.
Okay.
Because they're we're getting a very small wave of reprints for EBO2 because they have to redo the error text on Vegapunk Gold Leader. Mm-hmm. The Vegapunk Gold Leader has a typo in the text, so they're doing a reprint of it.
Another reason why to invest in that card. That thing is probably going to skyrocket. Those are already impossible to pull.
Actually, the fixed text is going to be harder to get because it's going to be in that very limited rerun.
Yeah. Oh, so that might even be the chase.
Yeah, no, the error text is actually going to be easier to get.
Yeah. Yes, and Little Pound Cake is 100% right. Captain Little says Bandai is going so fast for releases, and that is because they made the announcement at Worlds this year.
Was at... The announcement to be caught up on everything was One Piece Day. You were there. You should know this.
There's so many different announcements and so many different things we've been to. But One Piece Day, thank you for the correction. One Piece Day is the day that they announced that we are going to be caught up with them by the end of this year. So expect this to be the kind of year with a lot of products and releases happening at the same time. Even the starter decks are same day releases with everybody. So we're gonna see this. I think.
Actually, no, we're getting the starter decks before the East is getting them.
Chainlow says Wave 2 will be less than 1/5 the first wave of what I hear.
So very small second wave for EBO2.
Yeah. We'll see. Maybe that'll make a huge impact on the market. I hope it does. We definitely need some help and support because a lot of one deck is in that set. So a lot of people leaning heavy on trying to have access to it. So Chicken Brain, good to see you. Welcome back. Sorry the channel went out for a little bit there. Sorry, I'm trying to get the videos up and running because we had a complete system crash. Here we go. And at least my name should have saved. Yep. Here we go. Everything in the system just crashed. I don't know what happened. We tried figuring out what happened. I already did a system update before we got started the stream. I went through all the checks that I normally do, and for some reason it just shut everything down. I don't know. Many points torrents. Too many points. Too many points. Yeah, I don't download it. I don't know. I think I don't download anything, but I get what he's saying. Oh yeah, sure. Totally wasn't me. Yeah. No, it wasn't. All right, guys, here's our round one. Ooh, this is a blink and you miss it type of matchup here.
All of these ones were
pretty fast.
Yeah, no, like we started kind of late. I feel like the entire tournament for this one was like less than an hour.
Yeah. Greg, double ones. I don't think he's going to win the die roll. I'm not a betting man, but...
It could be a low roll. You never know. You never know.
That's true. That's true. Some people... You notice that they said, I think it's like 1% of the time, people will go for low roll. And I think, honestly, we should start doing that more. I think more people should do the low roll. Little Capitalist says, I blinked and it didn't end yet. I want my AdSense back. I feel like some of these games are just so quick that I feel like I got to be like at the edge of my seat to announce how these turns are going. Especially with players like Greg and Spencer, both who know their deck very well, know what they're trying to do. There's another player that's been new to our channel and new to the group, and he plays all of his decks rapidly fast. Says this is ADHD, just tries to keep things going. And he tried apologizing. There's nothing to apologize for. If you know what you're doing, go for it. But don't play too fast and you end up making mistakes.
Oh, we're going to be seeing a lot of Bello Betty shortly, Captain Literal.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's arguably one of the best counter picks for
our current meta set.
Green-purple, or blue-purple.
Yeah. Trafalgar Law going to get that 3-cost Zoro, pass him back.
Yep. Ideal first turn.
Let's see if Greg can match it with some searchers. He added some searchers to the deck. Oh, no, and a pass back, so no pressure from here.
Okay, we're going to get the ramp with the Zoro, and then probably swing 7.
All right. Here comes that first 7 swing. Gets a 2K. Pass him back. Goes back to Greg on the forward on turn. See it?
Zoro Duro.
Good on curve search.
Well, there's your
body.
Searcher.
Mm-hmm.
And this one's a body, too. This one only gets purple cards, notably.
Yeah. It's my red zone era. I can see that. Zoro time. Time for the Zoro. Yeah, it's going to be a good deck for a good choice. The meta that we're moving into. I've seen some good results with it. I'm going to be trying Kobe for a while, just because it's fun. Chainlow says, I've been trying my luck against Blurple.
Kalgra is a pretty solid matchup. You just play a lot of big bodies fast, but blue-purple is just one of the craziest decks. Even though that leader says... Yeah, I will say this. Even though blue-purple says it has 3 life, no, that's a 7 life leader, because you're going through all 4 Linlins in a single game.
Easily, yeah. Easily. That turboing out those big bodies is really insane here. All right, here we go. 9K swing, or 8K swing coming to life. This one taken by Greg here. Already at, just at the 6th dawn turn, already at 2 life. One of the hits was able to get through, and unfortunately his body removed with a top knot. So Greg now going to have to use the 6th dawn turn to reestablish some type of board state. Sadly, didn't get anything in the first. Here we got our first 9K swing and a cleanup. All right, doing some board cleanup. Good call. Giving less attackers here, and here's the ramping Zoro for the last 3 dawn. Not the most optimal board state right now for Greg here, but at least he has something. And we'll see if Spencer can add attack it back. Here's 7 dawn turn for him, loading up the dawn, making sure that plus cost is active. And here we go. Sanji's going to remove that, so no longer a threat. Here we go in for another 8K swing. Greg having to take that.
Yeah, perfect. Magic number math.
Yeah. 2 over, because this is a 6K leader. Love it. Little Pound Cake says, taking the life with Kalgra is kind of tough in this matchup. Might get solid when we get the new Kalgra. I like the new Kalgra. I like that it has more options coming out with those new cards that we just spoiled today. And the first VOD before this one. Alright, using leader ability to ramp out an additional dawn. 8, here come, or 7. Sorry. We're going to rest the Sanji. We're going to see some cleanup added. Yep, here we go. Sanji on Sanji.
Sanji. And probably, yep, 6.
Into life.
Guessing that telegraphs Rad Beam or Gum Gum Giant.
Yeah. So we'll have defense at least from maybe the leader swing. We'll see if Spencer can match it back with some of his rushers. This is his 10 Dawn turn. We'll see what he's matched up here. Looks like we got, yep, here's that new Luffy. And his extra secret rare rush here. Needs a return 2. We got 8K swing. I imagine this is going into board, maybe? I mean, he's in a very comfortable...
No, we're
oh, he's going for game.
We're going for game here.
All right. You're going to see a restand. Yep. Another 8.
With leader effect, it's basically a tap. Only you need to tap 1 to restand.
Yeah. So good. We'll see if this attack will get through. Looks like...
Yep.
All right. That's not good for Greg here. But he's saving his 1 Dawn for one of those Gum Gum Giants or Red Beams.
Yeah, but we still have 2 more swings left.
Capture Literal. It's so tragic to see Sanji on Sanji violence in today's day and age. Agreed.
That was...
All right.
Rad Beam.
Rad Beam to get out of that.
We live.
But at 0 life, Spencer at 2, and the threat of this Luffy, which is probably going to be dealt with this turn, hopefully.
Yeah, but even if it is, we just load everything up on lead and swing.
Yeah. 15k is a little bit harder to get out of. This one not near as good about countering those high stacks like green, purple, and blue, purple. I've seen some crazy 18k swings get blocked out of in some of these new decks.
Right. Although, I will say this. Blue-purple can brick.
That's true.
Sometimes it gets too many of its big bodies in its hand and it clumps up.
I think that's the case for a lot of things. The variance is necessary. If it was too consistent, it wouldn't be a fun game. All right, 7k swing is going body. I mean, I feel like Greg has to meet the tempo to go life. Yeah, hits and 2k in there. Let's see. Do we have
10 cost?
10 cost? All right. Going for broke. Says, I got to do this now. Let's see if I can get these 2 attacks to win. If not, I'm just done. So,
okay. That was... We then used leader effect, tapped 1, get the other active for that, going 7. That gets countered out of.
All right, going back up to 4 Dawn. And we got 2 attacks left. Can he do a 10 and a 12? And will this be enough to win the game?
Yeah.
Did Greg turn the tide? Let's do it. 10. Counters out of the 10. And I think that's concession. I think that is a concession.
Because no matter what you do, go into the life he just takes because the game's over.
Homie, good to see you.
Go into the 6 cost, takes, loads up everything on leader. The game's still over.
Yeah, he knew that. Like it was a go for broke moment. Like we said, let's go to us real quick. When you see that 10 cost drop, you see it hit the field, you know it's either they're going for game, they've done the math, or it's the last hope, last ditch effort. And that one was the last ditch effort. Greg trying to seal the deal. Unfortunately, Spencer with 3 2Ks in hand that said, no, I win this game. So congratulations, Spencer. Moving on to the next round. We're going to get that board set up here. Mad God Momo, good. And welcome to the chat. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Right, I'd say a nice little finish here. Luffy on Luffy violence is what we just saw there, and it looks like the black-purple putting up a dominant presence in this matchup. We are going to get into the deck list for our next game. We have Porter, and first on my camera, Mohan with his green-purple limb. And let me get the board set up here. In that matchup, the one we just saw, do you feel like either of them is favored?
I don't know enough about that matchup to really say. I think it's whoever goes first is favored.
The die roll definitely had a huge play in what we just saw there. So sometimes in a lot of these games, that die roll can make or break certain matchups here. And I think that just watching that Snake Eyes from Greg was just like, that was it.
Snake Eyes. Don't gamble on your energy.
Right.
You've seen the Power Thirst video, right?
Yep. Captain Little says, that Luffy population is out of control. We can look at the other way while they call each other.
It's going to get bigger. Don't worry.
Oh, it's going to get so much bigger. So much bigger at this new meta. All right. Let's see. Almost set up. Let's go. Little Pancake says, nah, it's time to join the rat ball. It's just we're gonna be seeing so much of this deck, so many Monkey D. Luffy, so many different versions of it. But right now, we're not gonna be seeing Monkey D. Luffy because we have a matchup between Shanks and Lim. As soon as I get things perfectly set up, let's get into it. So, I mean, I usually talk to Red, but I don't want to take this away from you, Porter. This is your deck. Please tell me about your deck.
It's Control Shanks.
Hmm.
I'd say, like, the main spice is I'm playing one of the stage. You tap it to give -1k to one of your opponent's characters. This is mainly in here for GP Luffy because if you have this on board, your Ben Beckmans consistently kill their Sanji Puddings.
Hmm.
But other than that, this is just Control Shanks. Early game, you're just walling up with your blockers, and then late game, you're just trying to use as much removal as possible. This you don't see as much. The film 10-cost Shanks that KOs 10k power or less. Very strong card, though. But usually, you're just trying to end up like with one or two of these on board and winning the game.
Yeah, I like that you went with the Goldie Roger option. Was there a reason you switched over to Shanks? You weren't really much of a red player before. Aside from Garp, obviously. Oh, and Trafalgar Law. I guess you have been playing some red decks.
So, because Usopp wasn't very good in this meta, and this deck is a solid contender in the current meta, and it's like, by the time this meta rolled around, I was already in first place, and I was like, I want to secure the MVP slot, so I'm just going to play the best deck I have available to me.
You're getting pretty close to the point where you're going to pretty much have this thing locked away. There is a limited room for some people to take this.
So there are 5... I'm not going to spoil things.
No. Well, we'll get to the math at the end of the stream. Let's see where it's going. I mean, you have a commanding lead going into this. It's 20 points. To the next one, 17.
Okay, so the only things that I would add for this... to answer All Might's question, the only things I would add from the starter deck is I'd probably cut these Red Hawks for the 9-drop Shanks.
I can see that. Yeah.
And that's going to be like the only addition.
Yeah.
Because all the other cards from the starter deck suck.
We'll see how they get some play. Captain Literal catching up on some chat says, so we have so many crackhead lunatics running around topping rulers and fighting everybody. Imagine really what's about to happen the next bit of the meta here. It's going to be Whole Cake Island, guys. It's going to be Whole Cake Island after Luffy transposed like himself on all the animals and he busted out the cake as a bunch of Luffys.
Right.
Like that is pretty much the reality we're going to be living, is that Whole Cake Island breaking the cake.
So to answer All Might's question about the Uta, no, because you'd rather just play this.
That's such a good card.
The Uta is not searchable, so because of that, you just like, yeah, the Uta could cost only 2, but with its effect, we didn't actually get around to talking about the Uta. But if you want to pull that up real quickly, just to give people a reference, if you have a character with 10k power or more, this character
gets minus 4 cost.
4 cost, blocker, 4k, 6 cost, 2k counter. It's alright, but I think 9 times out of 10, I'd rather just have this card in my hand.
Now, how is this Uda's worded?
It searches red-haired pirates. The other Uda is film. It's not red-haired pirates.
Oh, wow. Okay. What? They put... Oh, this... That's film. That is film. Why? Okay.
This is actually a red-purple Uda starter deck. Didn't you know? This is not a Shanks deck.
Yeah. I'm a little confused that it would be film and not... And a Shanks deck. This is the new SR for the Shanks deck, right?
Yep.
That's interesting.
It's terrible.
Uda being a 2k counter, I agree with you. But I mean, maybe she'll sing you to lullabies and be a nice little 2k block because you'll be just distracted by her musical.
Again, if you want a 2k counter that's a blocker, you play this.
And that card's so good. It's just absolutely.
If the Uda was searchable, I'd play it over this, but it's not.
Captain says, my favorite part of the Katakuri detected it was about the to happen when his observation hockey, but it was so chaotic and ludicrous that he freezes up, panics the minute before it actually happens, right? That's something. I mean, you can have all the foresight in the world, but if everything's chaos, you don't even know where to begin to start resolving the issue. That was a good scene. I did like that. But I feel like that is going to be the encapsulator of the new meta. Do you disagree?
No, it's gonna be the Luffy's running the house.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna be seeing a resurgent of purple Luffy.
Yeah.
We're gonna be seeing green purple kind of straggling because it beats the decks that beat blue purple.
And then Captain Little says going to be building his red purple Uda deck. I like that.
Yeah.
All right.
And then we're gonna be seeing
red purple, black purple, green purple, blue purple. A lot of purple.
Red purple is not going to see any play.
No? You
No,
think-
that one's bad.
Okay.
That's the only bad Luffy right now.
The one of the static 6K where the rest of them give themselves 6K power? Okay.
I mean, first off, black purple has a card that makes it 7K.
That's true.
And blue purple is also a static 6K.
It's a static 6K, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of purple. A lot of purple. We're going to be seeing a lot of it. All right. Well, but you guys know what I'll be on. We'll be checking out some of this stuff. All right, let's get into the next deck list. This one, and first time on the stream, Mohan.
So this deck list is an approximation. We don't actually have the real deck list.
Wasn't this one?
This
No, it
was
wasn't.
one of the approximations.
Yeah, it was the approximation. We actually had to watch the video to make some of the edits for the updates. We were skipping through to make sure that we got some of the cards. So what's being seen presently is going to be seen on camera. So this is the two decks I think that we had to do an approximation for, because the rest of the people gave me the deck list. Yeah, Captain All Might, I'm with you. I cannot wait to build Kobe. I can't wait.
And I can't wait to beat you both into the ground because you're playing a terrible deck.
Classic Humble Pie. We don't have the information, so we're going to make stuff up special. I mean, honestly, if I don't get it, some of these guys are brand new. I'm trying to get them into the whole rigmarole of things. Like Mohan, this is first time on camera, first time in the group. We're trying to get them into the Discord. There's a lot of things to get these guys caught up on, and they're not too familiar with the way the processes work. Sometimes with legacy guys like James K, as soon as the thing was done, instantly gave me his deck list. Wolf, as soon as he got ready for the stream, instantly gave me his deck list. So these guys know the rigmarole, the processes. It's the new guys. It's like you bring them in here and you don't have direct communication, and they'll learn over time. We'll get these things worked out. Chandler says, didn't he send you guys a list over Discord? You did. You sent me the list. We got it. It's literally on Discord. Yeah.
Oh, the green purple.
The green purple?
Is it in the Lifelink Discord?
Why would you send us the green purple?
No, he said he. Like, as in Mohan.
Did I miss that somehow? It's on our Discord? I swear I went up and down looking for that list. We got Bonnie. Got
Oh, these are
Yamato.
the leaks for the
Yeah, the new decks that people are going to be running.
new starter decks.
Okay, new SPs.
That's not that.
That's just
a
box
case.
pulls. Yeah, case pull. New star decks.
I feel like this is before. What's the date on these?
I got Greg's deck list. I don't see it.
Nope.
I don't see it, bro.
It's not there. If you're thinking about the Foxy player, that's later.
Yeah, the Foxy player I got. That one, that was from and also a new streamer. That one's Chai, right? Shoot. I forgot this person's name. We'll get it when it gets on screen. I'll get it there. Yeah. Lifelink. Guys, I'm on the Lifelink stream. I was looking right. Lifelink. One Piece. You gotta tell me where I'm not seeing it, because we're already too late. We're getting too old here. Let's go. This is Greg's deck list from 5/22. This game was recorded on 5/24. He couldn't give me the deck list before he knew he was going to be on camera. Beautiful picture, by the way. This is
That
awesome.
is him, by the way.
That's a beautiful picture, by the way. That's great. Congratulations. This is a box opening. This is really cool. Keep going. I'm going down. I just went up and down. We got some new cards. Keep going down, he says. Got some SPs. Got the EX box. I tagged you in it. Please go to the bottom. All Might tag.
Oh.
Oh, it just looked like a wall of text. All right, so I think we did a pretty good job.
I think we might be missing the Sakazukis.
Let's do this real quick. Let's see. Where'd it go? There it is.
We're not doing the link thing again. That's too
No wonder
time-consuming.
Humble Pie Discord is dead most of the time, y'all, on this one. Yeah, it's difficult when you're managing like 3 or 4 different Discords at the same time. And I'd like to get everyone on the Lifelink one, but that one's really
Okay,
for the...
so
Let's see how we're gonna mess
we
up
need
here.
to cut the audios. The 9 cost. Cut the 9 cost.
Okay. What else we got here? Monkey D. Luffy 9 cost? I don't think we have that one.
No, that is not the 9 cost Monkey D. Luffy. That's the 5 cost green one.
Do we have that?
No.
Mm-hmm. All right. Monkey D. Luffy. Is this the one that gets upset when you use... Okay.
It's 5 cost.
Green... This one?
Yes.
All right.
2.
Let's go to deck stats here.
I
Fact
think we need to
checking
cut
Jimmy, right?
the 3 cost event
Event.
for the Sakatsuki. And I think that should be mostly it.
All right. We were pretty close.
Looks like cut these 2 and
Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Well, this is an explosive event here at the Humbro Pie channel. We're
Okay, there we go.
correcting the deck list on the fly. All right, guys, I'm going to get this deck list out there. So I got to do the update. And I got to fix up, of course, the Patreon account. Because everyone's going to be like, fix it, fix on Patreon. Go in there. Let's go to my library. And let's go to the deck list. Where is it? Here. Paste over there. Oh, no. It doesn't carry the link over. Got it.
just Control K.
Hmm?
Doesn't Control K just create a link?
We'll see if it works on this one. We'll try it. Paste.
Highlight. No, you have to highlight it first. Oh, and then just copy the link again.
Alright, that works. Next.
Surprised you didn't know that keyboard shortcut.
I use it for autofilling my Outlook to try to find people by fast searching for the Outlook, but I have not used it for that function. All right, there we go. We did it. Team effort, everyone. Team effort. We got the deck list. Here we go. Let's get it in there. And it's been updated on Patreon. Ready to go. So, you want to talk me through a limb deck?
It's Lim.
It's limb. I know that.
So, first line of text, all characters you play are rested. Activate main once per turn, tap 3 Dawn, ramp a Dawn, and play a 5 cost or less Odyssey from your hand. So you just get to
Cheating
swarm
on
the
5
board
bonus. Yeah.
and play a bunch of guys. You have this Enel, which is crazy. If you have 2 or more rested characters, which all your characters come in and play rested, so it's pretty easy to do. Draw 3, trash 2.
Yeah.
So
That's a
Graceful
Graceful
Charity. This Mihawk, if you have 2 or more rested Odysseys, restand 1. You have this Doflamingo, end of your turn if you have 2 or more rested characters. Set this as active and it's a blocker.
Really good. Get to swing and get to use as a blocker.
Nami
Love those
freezes a
abilities.
Dawn if you have 2 or more rested characters. This Lim is a searcher.
Captain says, "What an amazing commentary! I want to break this Shanks deck. It's Shanks. I want to break it down. Limb deck. It's Limb."
Well, they're standard decks. You won't know what these decks do. You've seen them a bunch. What do you want me to say?
The things you just said. I love the things you just said.
And I said them.
I love the rivalry between you two. It's fantastic. But yeah, this is the Limb deck. You've got your searchers, you got the body searchers, you got the enablers. This one is one of the more important cards, I'd say, in this deck here. This one really allows you to really kind of like counter the downside that is to this deck.
Just restanding one of your Odysseys during the end phase.
Yeah, basically, like, because you have such what would be considered a downside, because you're playing them in wrestling,
Oh, it's
which makes it
amazing.
vulnerable.
It's so much clearly a downside.
Yeah, but these things do power up with it with some amazing on-play abilities. I'd say its worst matchup is probably Blackbeard within the meta. Just because there's just so many of these.
Yeah, it's non-play heavy. I mean, no, because Blackbeard, against Blackbeard, you just swarm so much that you're playing out so many bodies that Blackbeard can't really compete with.
If you can get underneath them, I think it is always the best strategy.
And this deck is able to get underneath Blackbeard really easily.
Yeah. We're going to see if this one can do it with this Shanks deck. Porter, you're trying to defend the title. You got a 20 to 17 lead right now. Go into this thing, and you're trying to get as many points as possible.
I was not 20 points, I was 17 points at this.
You were 17 points at this one?
Yeah, no, it was after this that. You just spoiled it!
Technically, you just spoiled it, because you didn't have to correct me.
But then the viewers would be confused when you show the leaderboard.
Jimmy's right. I got some support out here.
Look at these yes men. You'll never progress if you surround yourself with yes men, Jimmy. You should know that.
Also love the purple-green deck only has 4 purple cards. Yeah, I mean, but this
What do you
is,
want? There's no
limb.
purple Odyssey cards. You just want to be playing as many, like a critical mass of Odyssey cards. What purple cards would you put in there?
I'm kind of curious why they even made it purple altogether.
Because of the RAM.
Okay. All right, to give it some
For color identity purposes.
Because it really didn't open it up to other cards.
We saw the tech with the Kurozumi Orochis from OP1 that searched the smile so that you could like look through your entire deck to see what triggers you have.
If I'm not mistaken, this is another quick one, isn't it? Yeah, another quick one. Which makes sense.
They're all quick.
Yeah, Captain says, I don't know, I don't even care about Odyssey cards. I just get them from packs and throw them into a box. Even the parallels? Oh, I mean, I was telling people back when the early set, when Lim first came out, like, invest in this deck because it was going to have, and it still has, a good presence within the current meta.
Yeah, no, once it got the support from 10, it fixed a lot of the problems with the deck.
Mm-hmm. And it's not like it's going to be gone. I think that there's still opportunities for this to get in there. I got to say, though, out of the purple decks that are going to be seen in the new meta, I don't see this one as the strongest.
No.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
Yeah. It almost just feels like you're going to have to play the monkey madness, if you will, and just deal with it. Decent hand to start off here. Captain Will says, wouldn't be surprised if I had enough for a complete limb deck. I wouldn't be either. But a lot of people found the audios to be difficult to get their hands on out the get-go.
It's a super rare.
Yeah. It was the one that everyone seemed to be chasing when they were trying to make the limb decks. Captain says, I do agree that OP10 did make it much better. It just doesn't interest me. That's fair.
If it doesn't interest you, then that's just a playstyle thing. That's not a thing of like actual power level.
Right? I guarantee you, like 90% of the people hate Nami, the blue Nami deck. But maybe even more than that, like 95%.
Well, the deck's only okay.
Yeah.
Like, it only cheeses games off of people who aren't really prepared for it, or people who are playing decks that have a very unfavorable matchup into it.
Mm-hmm. What do you think the Nami's strength-wise in this new Monkey D. Luffy meta?
Terrible.
Yeah.
Do you really want to play Nami against the deck that can easily spit out a board full of 9k bodies?
No. That feels like my worst nightmare if I was playing Nami.
Yeah, no. To answer your question, no. It's terrible into this meta.
I mean, maybe we needed the Monkey D. Luffy's to save us from the Nami metas. Chainlos says, considering 95% of the limb is rare, uncommon, common, you probably have a complete limb deck.
Yeah, no, the deck is super easy to get a hold of.
There's some of the decks that I love that are really easy to get their hands on.
Yeah, Usopp was like that as well. Like, the only supers you needed were Bounce Man, Rebecca, and Kairos.
Yeah. 8K swing coming into Mohan. We'll see if he takes. He does take it and take the first hit. Usually that's what we see a lot of. People, taking that first hit. Oh, we got a new first-time chatter. Lim is my first One Piece deck. Loving the game so far. Still waiting on the deck from TCG player. Well, good luck. I hope the wait isn't too long. I know that those 2-week waits can be atrocious. I'm curious, Gabe, did you actually order all and have it shipped to TCG player that have it all shipped to you? Or did you order it in pieces and now you're just waiting for the piecemeal to come in the mail? Because that to me is my biggest nightmare. I hate having a piecemeal in my deck and then them coming at different times when it's like I just need to get all the cards as soon as possible. Chainlow says audio was only run in the beginning before people realized it was trash. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's an okay card, but it just doesn't do enough.
I think out of the other cards that you can play, it is arguably worse. I wouldn't say it's trash, but I'd say it is worse than what you can play.
Yep.
Captain Little says, Nami does great against tall decks, not wide decks. Blue-purple Luffy just happens to be both.
Yeah.
And a nightmare. Though I have been able to beat him with Kobe on Sim. Yeah, this is the good news for me. Looking forward to that. Kobe? Decent matchup, maybe? Let's go. Hey, Captain Little can beat him, so can I. And so can you.
I mean, how many times did you win versus how many times did you lose, Captain Literal?
Don't tell him the truth. Just say it was 100% victory and it was all better for you.
I can hear that, Jimmy.
No, you can't. I clearly have my fan over my mouth. There's no way you can hear me whatsoever.
Then why were you talking directly to me? So here we just established the Dofi blocker, and here I just swung life.
Not really adding to the board state. Is that because of a bad hand, or is this because the strategy that you have against them?
Just not a lot early game, and just like getting low, and now on my next turn I'll start being able to play bodies.
Kevin says, 1 second, I'm checking with the words popping up in my brain.
Well, thanks for telling me that you're just lying.
Shane Lowe says, as someone who ran him a lot until the audio almost has negative synergy with Lim. Really? Interesting. That's the first time I've heard about that. All right, 6K swing coming from the Dolphy. Likely going to get reset at the end of the turn, but nice little 2K out. Otama saving the day. Let's see what we're going to get out. Yeah, another rested character with Sabo. Let's see. This one, I don't think that one restands, right? Does it?
No, it's when attacking if you have 3 or more rested characters, draw a card.
Nice. All right, good, nice little draw engine for the deck. Gay JB says, not quite sure, just added it all to the cart and hit optimize. I think most of the time when you hit optimize, it does try to go all to TCG and then out to you, so you get all in one. I hope that's the case. It's a little bit slower, but honestly, it's better because they're the ones chasing down the other sellers to make sure that they get the product, and you don't have to check every day to say, hey, it's been 2 weeks. Did you send the card I ordered? Which is extremely aggravating sometimes. That's why I like the community we have here. Anytime someone wants to build a deck, they just ask and you're in.
I mean, personally, right now, I'm in the boat of I just want to support my local game store. I mean, I'm not gonna go too into it, but TCG Player is in some hot water right now, and I'm personally not a fan of what they're allegedly doing.
Hey, Ben Beckman going to get rid of the blocker here.
Yep.
Yeah, if the things are true, and from what we heard, I can definitely
I'm going to code everything in allegedly right now, but because I like to err on the side of
caution,
I'm not really going to support TCG Player right now, but we're not going to go into that.
Yeah.
That's maybe a bit too political for our channel.
I don't know if it's really political. It's just like it's information that's still being worked out. We don't have a whole lot of definites yet. I'm not a one that likes to talk about things that are still up in the air, and create stories or drama out of things that aren't officially released and made public. So until we have true facts that I can look at, I can point to, I'm refraining from giving a thorough thought on it. I will say, if it is true what they're doing is in fact what's being reported, then yes, it's very scummy. But that's if what is being reported is true. So, Captain Little, though, seriously, so far, I've been approximately 50% of the win rate against them. Oh, nice. And like most CCG, depends on what draw early on, and I'm able to manage this body spawning and rush him. Yep.
So if you get under it, you can do it. Yeah, it's allegedly a bunch of union busting things, which I'm not a fan of.
Yeah. Go take a look at it. And bear in mind that it's all brand new information. There's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of people running their mouths with things that they can't back up. And if you don't present to me actual documentation, I truly just don't believe you. There's too much fake news out there. There's too much fake crap. So it's one of those things. If you can't show me the documentation to prove it, I will err on the side of caution. But I'm definitely not going to.
Yeah, no. And honestly, it's just better.
Yeah.
It's just better to support your local game store anyhow.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I would rather do that than have to order something off of TCG Player anyhow. And like right now, honestly, with what's being alleged, I'm just simply saying, yeah, Lim is just flooding the board, and then and now I'm just cleaning up the board with my with Shanks being Shanks, I can just clean up the board that's being flooded.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Captain Earl.
Yeah.
So we got another 6K swing coming into board, using that ability of that reduction cost from Rayleigh to get rid of the Sabo.
Yep.
6K into what is presented today, 4K. So
Yep,
asking
should be
for
a
2
4K.
cards in a hand. Yeah, it's exactly what Shanks does. I like that Shanks could turn the tide like this, because it really did look like you were at a disadvantage with that board state for a while there. You
Yeah,
were able to get rid
because
of the-
I had a bunch of high cost cards in hand, and now I can play those high cost cards and I win.
We'll see. There's still some game left to play, and some people might not have been paying attention earlier.
Yeah, as Chainless says, this is also not a good matchup for Lim, especially because I made Lim go second, and Lim dies going second.
Oh, I saw that Snake Eyes. There's a lot of Snake Eyes today. That was the
Yeah,
second
there
time I've
was.
seen it.
It's almost like we're
Hey!
playing Yu-Gi-Oh with how much Snake Eyes we're playing.
Yeah, right. Thanks for the follow, game. Appreciate
Maybe
it.
we'll see some Fiendsmith and Azamina too.
Yeah. Hit our goal again for the second time of 500 followers. I don't know what happened to one of them, but thank you so much for being our 500 follower. Appreciate it. I don't know if that was some kind of scheme to get the extra pack for the 500 followers, but I'm not going to do it twice back to back. But I do appreciate it. We will be giving away a free pack at the next milestone for those. Thank you so much for getting us back there. Chainlow says, a very terrible matchup.
Yeah, I already addressed that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Got so much blinking lights and moving pictures here. All right, Mohan. 3 Dawn. Using leader ability. Get out. Yep. Port Costi Ace. Trying to rebuild that board state. He's got limited in his hand for counter here. Kind of making himself easy for an attack. Only at 2 life. Not a lot of defense here. 7K. And it looks like you're going to go 7. Yeah, just minus
Yeah,
with leader.
just leader.
Yep.
I'm making sure he's tapping his leader for swing at it.
Richie D. Luffy says definitely rigged it. Yeah. That and almost every Odyssey character is easy Shanks removal range. It really is.
Yeah, I know. 6K can just be removed by Beckman. Like Beckman and Rayleigh, you just eat this thing alive.
Mm-hmm. All right, so if you have a 10 cost Shanks, I'm going to say this is going to be pretty much 2-turn game over situation. And that's if you don't go board here. Did you feel the blood in the water at this point? I mean, you had 5 cards in it. Ooh, excuse me. You had 5 cards in hand here.
Yeah, here I'm just playing it safe. Don't want to accidentally throw the game for any reason.
Oh, here we go. The 10 cost Shanks. Appreciate the die roll here, the die to represent it. So many people forget about that -1,000 static.
Yeah,
ability.
no. I know that on Tuesday I had to remind a lot of people about it.
Yeah. This is an 8K into a 5K. So he's going to need 2 2Ks to get out of this one. Captain Literal says, I will always be baffled by the Shanks game. I had to where I was a classic 10K blitz on Robin, yet my opponent dumped his entire hand into counter out, and then proceeded to top deck the perfect card each draw and won. Never seen a Shanks manage that. But it can happen. I've had games where I've had to mulligan to next to nothing in MTG, and you'll get this with Captain Literal, you understand. But top decked literally every single card I needed at the exact moment to.
Wow, it
perfectly
sounds like
win.
that game sucks.
It's got its moments to have some fun. I really enjoyed it. All right, Lim coming out for the 1 cost. I see that we're going to see maybe 1 more character out. But this is the difficult part with Lim here. You want to be able to get the bodies out. Right now, it's kind of a losing battle. Because you're going to put him out rested against something that's already reducing the attack power with Shanks. And like you want to keep some kind of hand for some counter, but the counters aren't that great.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of good counter in the Lim deck. There's a great blocker with the Doflamingo, but outside of that, is there really anything else that puts you in there to try to play a little bit defensively? Because I know it's an aggressive deck. On paper, it's a very aggressive deck. But I feel like it does poorly in these late games trying to play defensively.
Yeah, I mean, once you curb the aggression, it just folds. Here we see just loading up, trying to go for board here.
Trying to hit the Shanks, maybe? No,
Not
no.
enough for the Shanks, but getting the Rayleigh.
Okay. And here comes Draco Mihawk, which does restand the Port Costier, so we do get an extra attack out of here. What's he doing? Is he trying to...
I don't know. I think mentioning that I already used leader effect item.
Oh, okay. All right. I was going to say, I don't know of anything in Lim deck that affects your leader. Yeah, Captain Little says, you mentioned MTG reminds me of the Commander game that I won after having a response war for 30 minutes on one solid stack and finally finished off the last opponent.
Second Shanks. And now here I just go board. We're just trying to clean everything up.
All right, yeah, going board. I like it. Shanks. Honestly, when you get to this point,
I was like,
yeah, I can't attack active.
No, he just thought it was too active, but...
Yeah. Well, he's not used to it. He's used to it being rested.
Yeah.
So I don't see Mohan coming back from this. Shanks.
It's almost impossible to come back from double Shanks.
Yeah, and when you're in a comfortable 3 life to beat. So the aggression thing didn't work.
Yeah,
just using leader effect.
Using leader effect.
Yeah. His Forecast the Ace is only a 3k without Dawn investment. And the more that he gives you to the board state, the easier it is for your decision making to just swing. Because right now, he can't even count out of 1 Shank swing, let alone 2. So, Mohan really not in a good position right now. I feel like a lot of like our meta currently that's about to change, double 10 cost of anything seems to be just game over. If you can get to it comfortably...
just wait till we get quadruple 9 cost.
Yeah, right? Having so many of these things, it feels so hard to come back from it. Now, some cards we're getting for some support will give us some ways to deal with it, but I don't think there's enough right now, honestly, to deal with this type of aggression. Once you get into that hot seat, you're in the driver's seat. You're winning this thing. Double Shanks, 3 life. It's just, you have so little to fear. And Captain says, Mohan didn't lose because of 10 cost Shanks. He lost because he uses Vanilla Dawn. Oh, no.
I will say this, Captain Literal. I played against Mohan on Tuesday as well. He was using Reiju Dawn instead and still lost.
Oh. Huge swing. Go to Shanks. This is 13. So 2k counter. Oh, so embarrassing. Oh, I mean, not for Mohan. It's just so bad that you load up all 10 Dawn in one swing to literally get 2k countered out of it.
Yep.
That hurts so much. Makes me wonder why you didn't do that with Leader. Yeah. Porter, you should have just taken the hit out of pity for him.
Nah.
No. You had the Monkey D Dragon. He's right. You could have been nice. You could have been nice. Man, load it up. Okay, 9k swing.
No, you have to do the BM. You have to have the BM.
Here comes 9. Yeah, he's going to concede at that one. That's the classiest stuff right there.
Oh, classist stuff. Oh,
classist.
Because we're poor shaming Mohan. Mohan pulled a gold Reiju leader.
Mohan has the money for some stuff like that. It was literally just a shot. We actually got some guys that have some really nice Dawn. Come on here.
Yeah. We saw Spencer with a full set of gold Dawn in the last game, so...
Yeah. Sorry, Brokey, you lose because you're poor. No, that was not the intent. It's just that he hasn't unified it. And most Dawn isn't even that expensive. It's like 30 cents for like animated foil stuff. Shoot, the foil ones of those things are like 10 cents.
The foil what?
The foil Dawn regular, like the ones from the...
Oh, the Ultra decks?
Yes, yeah. They had those. Lim don't even have Dawn, though. That's true. That is the biggest downside right now to Lim.
Just wait till PRB2.
Yeah, it'll come out. We'll see him.
Maybe we'll even get foil Garp Dawn.
But congratulations, Porter. You've won this. You're going to go into the finals matchup. We're going to see it. We're going to take a quick break. The finals for this one and the start of Tuesday's event will be back-to-back coming up right after this quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Humble Pie. I'm your host, Jimmy D. With me, I don't know about you. I'm okay with comfortable silence. I can do this all day. I can stare at you guys all day. It might be something I have to do next week. Because next week... Thanks, Captain Liberal. I am going to be going live most of the day during the day, checking out some of the Final Fantasy games. Because we're going to be doing a nice little week-long venture into the release of Final Fantasy. Kind of like what Captain Liberal was saying. Yeah, the financial decisions on which route to go, don't ask me. I don't know. I think that Final Fantasy is going to have some great stuff in it.
Proxy all the cards. Don't actually buy anything from Hasbro.
But I think that there's some great stuff for Final Fantasy that I'm really looking forward to playing with. I know a lot of people are. And like the collector boosters are a huge money sink with great return potential return. I don't know if it's that great yet. We haven't seen any box openings yet. So that time will come.
If you win 21 hands of blackjack, you will become a billionaire. You are only 21 hands of blackjack away from becoming a billionaire. Always remember this.
Honestly, Captain Literal, he's making a joke here, but it's a joke that's almost too real here. Captain Literal says, maybe no one will notice my cards being black and white and made on paper. Have you seen some of the Secret Lair cards? Have
Just
you seen
get
some of
card
the stuff that
stock.
coming out?
Just
Like,
get card stock and a color printer. It's probably still going to be cheaper as an investment.
I gotta say, it's one of the people, like, for a company like Wizards of the Coast that hates proxies and hates everything about it, this new Secret Lair extension, you could literally throw that in my face. I would believe you it's a real card. I would not argue with you. There's so much alternate universe stuff. There's so much alternate arts of things. Like there's certain cards that are coming out with like 21 printings here, and like, or I'm sorry, that was a different comment, but still 21 printings of these cards. I don't even know what they look like anymore. It's hard to even determine whether that card is what it dictates it is. You could throw an entire proxy deck in front of me. I would believe you it was Secret Lair, and I would just shake hands and let's play the game. It's the problem with like this over vast, like nothing looks like a Magic card almost anymore. Have you seen the new Chocobo that I want to get? By the way, it'd be awesome if I got that. I got a golden Chocobo card. Doesn't look anything like a Magic the Gathering card. It looks awesome. But it is a Magic the Gathering card. Gabriel says, you're only 21 wins of blackjack away from being able to afford one collector booster box. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. And if you play it at the $5 table, yeah. You might, if you can win 21 hands in a row, I think you can do it. I think you can afford one collector booster box from Final Fantasy. But I hope to see you guys tuned in next week. We will be doing a lot of day streams. We're just going to be me playing some Final Fantasy games. And it's just me to hype up. I will be giving away some Final Fantasy cards too. So once we do have access to the product, I will be giving away free packs. Having fun over there? ASMR right here. And you guys didn't have to pay us at all.
I'm just trying to be annoying.
Cat Little says, I'm keeping my spoilers minimal. Only looked at the Secret Lair for some of the legendaries. Yeah, same. But there's so many good hits you can get out there. Guys, we've got the finals round here, matched up here. Porter is at the winner's table. He's trying to see if he can get as many points as possible.
I agree with Low Pound Cake. Enough spells, more pirates.
That's exactly what we're talking about. So, we're going to get the deck list here between Porter and Spencer, who we saw in the first time on camera. So, Spencer was our MVP from last season, for those that don't remember. He was the one that actually took down the tournament. So, we have our returning champion going up against Porter, who's right now trying to see if he can take that throne away from my man. Go to the library and cast your magical spell. We're a TCG channel, baby. We casting spells, we casting pirates, we doing it all.
You know, cast pirates.
Oh, we casting the pirates. We casting pirates like these ones right here. Let's check out the deck list.
That is not the right deck list.
This one. Go to the library. You should go to the library, though. Read some good books. All right, this is Spencer's deck list. We've seen it on camera already. Monkey D. Luffy, purple, black. Beautiful ability. It has the ability with one Dawn underneath it to give all your characters +1 cost. And once per turn, win 2 or more Dawn cards on your turn. All right.
Captain Literal, I never said yes to that. You know, an agreement requires a consensual agreement. And Low Pound Cake is right. Libraries are actually very dope. They offer a lot of really cool
amenities, like awesome internet access. Like, seriously, support your local library, guys. I love libraries. When 2 or more Dawn cards on your field are returned to the Dawn deck, add up to 1 Dawn for your Dawn set as active and 1 as rested. So you -2, gain 2, but technically just gaining the 1 more active here. We have awesome cards here for Black Maria, which allows you to come back if you have to -2 much Dawn, which can happen sometimes in these early games. Yeah, if you have, basically this one is the one that ramps out extra rested Dawn and then returns things and can actually activate the Monkey D. Luffy effect on the right turns. We have the new card here from Monkey D. Luffy, 6-cost Secret Rare. This is the one from EVO2. Hopefully, one of you guys might be walking home with that card. We'll see. If your leader is multicolored and your opponent has 5 or more Dawn cards on the field, this character gains Rush. Pretty easy to do. Once per turn, if you can return 2 active Dawn cards to your Dawn deck, set this character as active, then add 1 card from the top of your life to your hand.
So, with this leader, that doesn't say return 2 active Dawn to your Dawn deck. This says tap 1 Dawn.
Yep. Easy as that. Yep. Because as soon as you're -2, you bring 1 back. And it's a really powerful card in green purple Luffy and a very powerful card in black purple Luffy. I like the supports being added in here. We've seen it win games. We've seen it lose games. The last card I want to talk about in this deck here is the 10-cost Monkey D. Luffy. Gear 5. This one is a finisher. If you see it, I'm either trying to end the game or I'm telling you this is my last-ditch effort to win the game, which is what we saw in round 1. Well, maybe we'll see this against here. Nice little 10-drop. Tall decks. These ones going up against Porter's Shanks deck. Talk to me about your Shanks deck.
I mean, I said it before and I said it again. It's control Shanks. You stall your game with the blockers, and then you get to your big guys, and you kill all their things. Everything they know, dead. All their characters are dead. There, was that good enough?
Yeah, I think that was something. I like what this deck's doing. What is the deck strategy with this deck versus black purple? Get underneath it?
No.
Control the board?
Get underneath it with what?
That's fair. Not a lot of early regression. But you did do some great things with the last deck. You put all your Dawn just to attack with your leader to hit that life and make it basically made it easier.
Building Sig makes things small so that they are easier to kill.
Mm-hmm. Very true. So sassy, right? So sassy. So we do have some great opportunities here to see this thing go back and forth. It is the control build, as we announced before.
Stage also makes things small. It's mainly there for green-purple, which I didn't see any of today. Or green-purple Luffy, to be specific. It puts Sanji and putting into kill range for your Ben Beckmans.
Does Rayleigh do that too?
Yes,
Yeah,
it does.
Absolutely.
It makes things small, and it kills.
And Matt Sopa in the chat. Let's go, Shanks. Let's go, Shanks indeed. Let's find out. Can our current MVP leader take down another win? Or will Spencer start saying, you know what? I've taken some time off. It's time to come in, put up my numbers.
Yasop makes my thing better.
Little Bunky says, I'm educated.
And it can make things smaller.
All right,
Look,
5.
I'm not always the most eloquent person, and it's Shanks. It's not a very hard deck to conceive of.
So that one was off camera. Do you remember if you won this die roll or not?
No, I didn't. That looks like a 3 and a 1.
Okay. Yeah, the world just underneath his name, so I couldn't see who won that die roll. But do you think the die roll is ultimately important in here?
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, you like your hand. That's a good sign.
Which Shanks? Chainlow?
Yeah. Are we talking about the rush shanks, the control shanks? I mean, this is Chainlow, so I imagine that the control shanks is his favorite.
Talking about the leader, the 10-drop, the 10-drop.
The new one is coming out in the starter deck. Thank you for clarifying. Shanks question mark. I like that. Shanks, tell me about the shanks. I think we're going to see him. Because unless he puts out the blockers in the early stage, I don't think we're going to see much. Ooh, we did get a search here finally. All right, Uda. Like it, like it. Gonna look for himself for a nice little red-haired pirate. Let's see if we get... nice, a 10-cost shank. So here's one puzzle piece ready to go for potentially close this game out in the late game here. Double Uda search! That's a good hand. That's a really good hand. I like this.
Shanks.
Is it going to be Shanks and Shanks? Is it going to be two?
No.
Yes!
Snacks.
Shanks and Shanks and Schnacks. We've got 2 10-costs in hand. I think Porter's saying I clearly have enough counter in hand, so go ahead.
Your life ends about 4 turns from now. Or no, your life ends 5 turns from now.
Right. So, we did see a 7k leader ability reduction to give the 2k counter out easy. Here comes a simple 5-5. Bonclave the counter out of hand. And Walnut with the Lucky Roo. So now he has an answer to this Roronor Zoro. See if he gets out anything else that might be an indicator here. Count 6k coming into life. We'll see if we get that blocker. Not using the attack you want to block with Lucky Roo. Sometimes this is the one where I like to use the leader ability, give it a 1k, and then if they stack up the leader attack, use the Lucky Roo to pop it in response. But just gonna take.
It's a free card.
Absolutely.
Especially seeing as I'm already at a 1 life lead.
And
this was wrong. You would always want to play the Bonclay afterwards.
Oh, absolutely. Sequencing.
Maybe I should have gotten the Zora there because I could have just swung in the Bonclay with a... Or no, the Bonclay was active.
Yeah.
So it was absolutely correct to deal with the Bonclay before it became a problem.
Yep. Prevent it from getting an extra swing, and then you don't have to waste the Uda attack on that. Maybe save the Uda attack for something else.
Yep.
Yasop coming out with the get 1,000 until the opponent's next turn. Attack to its leader. 6k coming into it. 2k counter from Spencer. Back to Spencer. Able to keep his Zoro alive. We'll see what he does with 2 more Dawn. Maybe get out a bigger, taller character. Or maybe 2 different swings. We'll see. 6k loading up underneath the leader just to get that leader effect active here.
Oh,
here
for the
comes Sanji. Yep.
Because you need leader effect on this board state for the Sanji. Because Sanji needs to have a 6-cost or higher on board to get its effect off.
So at least that sequencing wasn't too bad. And
Shunks.
7k swing. Shunks. We're just going to come up with every name to call Shanks. I like it. All right, 1 Dawn. Here, Divine Departure. Getting him out of that. Back to Porter's turn. 1k no longer viable here. It's back to 5k. Come on, computer. Stay with me here. Stay with me here. Don't. I'm gonna have to get my computer guy over here again. See if we can
Here we have
flush
Ben
this out.
Beckman dealing with that. Now I'm just going board.
Okay.
Cleaning up board because if I can control the board, I can win.
If the fact that he didn't counter out with just a simple 5k, do you? No, wait, no. You Ben Beckman that, didn't you?
I Ben Beckman the Sanji.
That's right.
The
Ooh, rush. Like this play here. We get a nice little rush Luffy here. Another one. Divine Departure going to block the lead attack. Now has to defend a 10k. I think you can take life here.
Yeah.
I think you're doing pretty well. But now you have a 10k body you got to deal with. Let's see if you can match it with your own 10k body.
I think I have a 12k body
Yeah.
going up here.
That can reduce the attack and make it harder to defend. Oh, no, just get rid of it. There you go. That's a good way to deal with it. Don't let him defend out of it. All right, Shanks coming into it, and that connects. Are you seeing blood in the water?
Okay, well, this is Gum Gum Giant territory now.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get things through.
Okay. I mean, he knows that he's got 2 more 10-cost Shanks coming behind this. So, and he has no board state. Spencer not in a very good position right now. Would you say overall this is a favorable matchup for you?
I don't know.
All right, Rush Sanji. Gonna get some more pressure on here. At least has an answer now to get rid of the Ben Beckman. But does have to worry about the back-to-back Shanks that are likely coming. 7 going life, going board. Where's it going?
Oh, he's resting that and then going life, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot to rest. That's all right. 8k into life using the leader ability and countering out from hand. Back to Porter. And both of you guys really understand how this matchup works. A lot of good back and forth here. You are low on life, but you are way ahead on board state. Like the sequence in here. Going to drop our 10-cost Shanks here. Reduce the cost, or reduce the power of everything except for the leader on Spencer's side of the field. Here comes 7 into 6. Yep. 7 into 6.
Spanx.
Should have a bet on which one the best one is. We need to do a poll. Can one of my moderators out there do a poll for the best Shanks name? 5k coming to life. Get some 1k counter. All right, here comes 12. He's going to take. And back to Spencer. He's already thrown 2 rushers at you. I don't know if another rusher is really going to get him out of this situation. And he knows another one's coming. All right. So he's going to get a search on, trying to get some more answers. Top 5, looking for straw hats. Gets the 10 cost. Interesting. Don't know if he's ready to play it, but...
no.
Yeah. I have moderators? Yeah, I got some mods.
Yeah, we have...
We got
currently in chat, we have Little Pound Cake. We
007.
have All Might was in here. Thought I saw Midnight Witch show up for a little bit.
Yep. We have 3 moderators.
I'm a moderator, too.
Yes,
I'm
you
just
are,
not
yep.
in.
Oh, you kid. Okay. Mods!
I don't think I've ever seen you play Kid, Chain Low. So are you Kid?
That was a dad joke of the century. I almost didn't get that. J-Lo, he's dad joking you. You thought you got away with it on Tuesday, didn't you? It's back. Here comes 12k. Coming into life. Big hit, no life, and the second 10k swing. That is going to do it. Porter closing it out with Shanks. That's too many characters on board, my man. That's too many characters.
I would have gotten rid of that.
I know. Uno would be there. Moderators, he's being sneaky. And that's going to do it. I'm going to pull up the count for our current standing for the One Piece Championship. See if I can get the actual graphic for this one. Up in display. Strike 1, Blackbeard.
I think it means baby.
Oh, baby. Strike 1, baby. Strike 1. All right, check this out. So with this win, Porter now a comfortable 5 points in the leaderboard here. That is 20-15. And it's Slacktide, Wolf, Colin, all really the only members on this board right now threatening you. Maybe Mark could surprise us. But I'd say right now, from 6th place up is the greatest threat. Now, Spencer could come back and start winning all of them.
No, at this point, no.
We're in
You
week
would have
6,
to be...
part 2, 7, 2. There's 5 games left, 5 times, total of 7 you can earn per week. That's 5 times 7
Well,
is...
you can get rid of the 1 point for participation because I'm going to be here every week.
Okay, but then, for that's for your math here. Yeah. Does anybody? I think, J-Lo, I think you do have an opportunity. If you put in the work and you put in the effort, you could definitely...
There are 15 points up for grabs.
Yeah, 15 is it 15? No, it's 5 times 7. Or 5 times 7 points, because 7 times 2 is 14, plus the additional 3 from this weekend. That's 17 points. 17 points potentially right there.
I mean, if you're counting Tuesday, because...
Oh, from here... No, I'm not counting Tuesday. I'm counting what's left after this one is done here. But in the point difference here, there's 17 points starting this Saturday that are capable of being won by any person. So... there is a chance. There is a chance. If you do the math with 17 remaining points, that's if you maximize your attendance every week, you win every single one of them, and Porter doesn't get near second place. There is a chance. There is a chance. Yeah. Nah, I'm referring to the chat. Oh, okay. Okay, my bad. But, so, yeah, you have right now a commanding lead. Not a definite lead, but a commanding lead here. Leading the group here. Greg... really just told me he was just in here to make sure he makes it in the tournament, but I think he's pretty much solidified his way into this tournament. We have only 5 more of these events after tonight's stream left to do some coverage for before we get into the actual championship. Don't forget, on the 21st, we have the last chance qualifier. So that means...
the 21st should be... 21st is the actual... Oh, the 28th? Oh, damn.
Are you not going to make it?
No, I'll be able to make it. I just...
got the dates wrong?
Yeah, I just got the dates wrong.
Okay, no worries. I'm glad you're going to make it, because we do have some news. Unfortunately, I did find out from Colin here that he just went on a Boy Scout retreat.
If that's the case,
so Colin's not going to be in here. That means
I have some things I can try and do.
Okay, yeah, we have some time here. About to head out in 5 minutes to locals. Good luck, Captain Little. Again, please keep posting those results. I really appreciate that. I know that you're in a different time zone, so a lot of us are already in bed by the time we see it, but I get it in the morning, so I do appreciate it. I want to see how you're doing. And let me know what you're playing, too. I love seeing those results. And you, too, out there, if you guys want to get my Discord, tell me how you did, show me your results. I love seeing that, because all that does is just helps me with numbers and the idea of what the meta looks like. Because in this day and age, we need more numbers. I need more results. I want to be able to give you good commentary to say, hey, this matchup is really favorable. But if I don't have lots of matches and lots of things to go from, it's very hard to do that math and make those determinations. So please, it all helps the channel. And I do want to support you guys, because huge. I hope you win it, Captain Little. I hope you win it. How do you reserve spots? So the reserve spots, the way that those work is if you're in that position and a person like Colin, who is dropping out and is not going to be in the finals tournament, that means the person in 16th spot is now guaranteed to make it into the finals. That is what a reserve means. So if you don't qualify with the last chance qualifier to get that 16th seed, the people on that list, like Hey Joe, Trey, Florent, and Supercoop, can enter into the tournament just by attrition of people not showing up for the actual event. Yeah, keep seeing reserve list first, second, and third LCQ. Yeah, so this is that's basically what it's talking about. It's like those spots, the people, when the board is closed in the end of the 8th week, the people between 16 and 20 are going to be our immediate reserve list. That means if, like what's happening with Colin, he's going to drop out. That means the 16th seed is guaranteed entry into the tournament as the 15th seed. Because obviously it rolls up, right? So whoever makes 16th at the end of this tournament is going to be in the tournament guaranteed. And then after the LCQ, if for some reason during the day on the 28th, Wolf gives me a call and says, bro, just can't make it. Got car problems. Hey, Joe, you're up. You're up. You're next in the tournament. So that's just a way for us to make sure that we have 16 people participating in the event. Because things happen. Life happens, guys. I hate it. Sometimes the people are really preparing for it, and then something happens. Because we plan these things 8-10 weeks in advance. So there's no guarantee in 10 weeks from now that everything's going to align perfectly for you. So we have our way of making sure it covers a butt. Captain Will says, can I buy a slot to nominate the champion to win his Lord Glory and prizes?
What?
Let's talk afterwards. Hit me up on Discord. Just DM me. Porter doesn't have to know. We might work something out.
I can hear you.
No, you can't. You clearly can't. The hand is covering the mouth.
That doesn't work when we have a camera pointing at you.
Guys, let me get the board set up for the next. This is going to be first round. And new time player Chai coming out with his brand new Foxy deck. We're going to see Foxy on camera round 1. Really love it when new players come out here. Chai was just blown away by the experience. Didn't know what was going on, had no idea. First time able to make it out to the store. Loved the environment. Loved all the stuff that we had to do here. And in the first day he shows up, immediately put him on camera. Let's go. So we got ourselves Slack Tide back in the camera. Him also contending for that first seed slot with Shanks. Rotating Shanks. Slack Tide has been all over the place. If you guys haven't been paying attention to his matchups, he has literally been like playing a different deck each week. So I don't think he's found the deck he likes. What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know? Have you talked to Slack Tide?
Not a lot.
Okay. I've been noticing, like, looking back through the list, like, he's been all over the place trying to find his perfect matchup, the deck that I think that it speaks to him and his playstyle. So we're going to find out if Shanks is that deck tonight while I try to get this board all set up. Captain Little, we'll see you soon. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Hope tonight goes well, and I hope you win it. But right now, let's get into the deck list for our two opponents here. Let's see. That looks right. There we go. Semi-professional here. I know what I'm doing. All right, this is the Shanks build from our man Chai. Chai, actually, this is a perfect list. This is something that he was able to post for us in.
This is no.
No, that's Slack Tides. That's right. This is Chai's. Chai's Foxy list. This one accurate to the T. Got to do some really cool shortcut stuff with this because he posted every single card type and like the number and the series in here. I was able to jerry rig the link to it and insert this stuff on the fly. It was really nice. All right, you want to talk about Foxy?
Yep. So we have this leader effect. On attack, Dom -3. If you have 3 or more Foxy Pirate type characters, select each of one of your opponent's rested leader and character cards, freeze them. So we just have Foxy type characters. So this one, if your leader is Foxy and you have no other of this card, get Arrested Dawn. You have this one, which is a 2K, and on play, if you have less or equal Dawn, get an active Dawn. You have the Chopper. On play, get Arrested Dawn, and it's a blocker. You have this one, which is Dawn -1. If your leader is Foxy Pirates, freeze, or one of your opponent's characters with 6 cost or less can't attack.
That seems to be the theme of this one. Trying to stop the attacks.
Yeah. Pickles, if the number of Dawn cards on your field is less than your equal or less than your opponent's, all other Foxy type characters other than Pickles can't be KO'd. You know, the Porsche, which
Porsche.
on play Dawn -1. Search for a Foxy Pirate, then play a character with 4K power or less. Then we have.
I like the addition of Sanji and Pudding in here. It's a nice little 7K. Do you think like it
Personally, I'd be running the 4th Eustace Kid
over that? Okay.
Yeah, because blocker. If the big bun, if the number of Dawn cards on the field is equal or less than your opponent's, play a Foxy Pirates with 4 cost or less. And then we have Foxy. Opponent's turn, it's Shanks. And then it ramps you a Dawn every turn. We have a Linlin for healing. We have a Kaido for rush. And then we have, this is another important card. This is I'm Invincible.
Yeah. And for those that don't know what he's talking about, the I'm Invincible is the green Uda card that allows the leader to attack yet
Play
again.
the sound, blow everyone's speakers out again.
Yeah, right. I still need to get that thing fixed. I probably can play it pretty safely, actually. No, I'm serious, because it's muted. I don't think that should have blown out anybody's speakers. Output was muted, so there's no way that should have, like, blown you out. I hope you heard it. At least you can, hopefully you can hear it. But that shouldn't have blown out your... I'm not getting a lot of hate in the chat, so I know it works, see? Jade Lowe's like, it happened again! There's no way it blew it out. We just checked the mics to make sure we limited the sound. Absolutely. All right, and this one's going up against the new. That's another control version of our Shanks deck here. So this is Slacktide's.
This is not Selectide's list.
That's right.
This is a copy and paste of
Wolf's list,
OP9
yeah.
Shanks list.
Yeah.
Because Selectide didn't give us a list.
That's right. That's right. It was one of the few ones we didn't get the actual deck list for. But we did have, thankfully, Chainlow giving us some access to these. We really appreciate it. This is Shanks, everyone. Everyone's new favorite leader, the red-haired pirate himself, the red man himself. Has the ability to reduce any attack once per turn on an opponent's turn by 1,000 attack, which can be absolutely devastating and be used in conjunction with other cards that aren't even being played in this version. But it also just allows you to get, sometimes, as we've seen a lot of times, it just negates an attack, you know? Just one of the 5k to 5k, nope. 6k to 6k, nope.
It's a free 1k counter every turn.
Yep.
That's the best way to look at it, and that is very strong.
Absolutely is. It can protect your characters, can protect yourself. It just absolutely has some great utility on there. And then when you combo it with cards like Yasop, which make your leader 6k for the turn, the on-play just boosting your leader's power to 6k and then making it a 6k leader for that next turn. Pretty devastating. And a nice little 5-cost 6k body with a decent ability. Times 1 underneath it. You can reduce any other character by 1,000 power, which can be really necessary when you're trying to swing big into some rested characters, or use it in conjunction with maybe a removal spell. Sometimes you're just... a removal character, excuse me. Sometimes you're just looking for additional ways to get that perfect 3,000 to get that kill here, because while Rayleigh is an extremely powerful character, extremely powerful card, the limitation of 3,000 sometimes just out of reach for certain cards, and this is an enabler. This is why Building Snake is in the build. This is why there's a Hungo Bungo combos of the build. There's a lot of reasons why we try to reduce these bigger characters down low enough so when we drop the Rayleigh, we can pop that character, as we say, or just KO that character, so long as it's 3k or less. Kill.
That's right, it's the color of blood.
Right? Let's go for it. I do like of course, we've seen these win cons over and over again coming from Porter here from the last game, and now this one by Slacktide. 10 cost Shanks, this man is an absolute menace. You bully these up, which is 2 of them, minus 2k power to all of your opponent's characters for static abilities. It's insane. It's just absolute static. Doesn't matter what turn, doesn't matter what's happening. Minus 1k for the first, minus 2k for the second, minus 3k, the game was already over. Stop playing it, you're BMing. So, this is the card that will win some games.
What about minus 4k?
This one, I don't think it has an opportunity. Only has 3.
Okay.
But this one, we have Goldie Roger, my absolute favorite, and a linchpin to a lot of these decks. I think it should be run at 1, guys. I really do. I think it should be at least one 13k attacker. If you or your opponent are at 0 life, they can't activate blocker whatsoever unless but if they do, they just lose the game. So a great way to stop those people like to wall up towards the end of the game, which is some strategies that we see in a lot of games from a lot of different decks. When they get to those end turns, they're dropping 1 or 2 blockers, trying to save from that last little bit. Goldie Rogers says, none of that. Hockey time. I'm going for the win. So we're going to find out, can Shanks Rush beat down this Foxy deck that we have to present to you guys? Looking forward to it. First time on camera, Chai versus Slacktide. And new to the whole tournament structure here. Great guy. I'm really hoping to he brings back, he said he was going to bring his wife next time, see if we can get some extra players, and was just blown away by the entire experience. Having a professional table, having the ability to get the practice on screen like this. Like, I love the ability because we get to just watch other people's games and learn from them. What do you think?
That's nice. We don't get to see a lot of Foxy, so.
7-5. Looks like Slacktide wins the die roll. What do you think he's going to choose first?
I don't know.
You don't know?
We don't actually know if this is an aggro or a control build.
That's fair.
So we don't know what's correct.
That's fair. Yeah.
It might even be the terrible animal build that you insist on playing.
I would know if it was. I would have tossed that to him. I think I'm the only one risky enough to play the Animal Shanks. And it's a fun deck. Say what you will. That's a fun deck.
I mean, decks can be bad and fun at the same time.
Fair.
I play Garp. It's a bad deck.
Sudden hiccup. No, that was on me, guys. Not my computer trying to have a heart attack here. Looks like Slacktide didn't like it, so he's going to mulligan. Has to take whatever he mulligans to, unfortunately. Oh, we got a cat. We got a cat in the studio knocking over the top of the deck there. You guys see that?
Whatever.
Let's see. I believe. Yep. We're gonna start off with. Oh, I can't wait till you guys see the Dawn. The Dawn that he was using was absolutely hilarious. It was the Lorcana Donald Duck.
Oh,
Dawn.
that's.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not Dawn. That's just using
It's what he's using for Dawn.
Lorcana cards to
Yeah.
proxy Dawn.
Which it was Donald Duck, which was so appropriate. I thought it was hilarious. He was nervous because he was like, "Is that legal?" I said, "Absolutely is. This is our run
It's
tournament."
unofficial. We don't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah, so long as it represents what it needs to, I'm happy. You can. We've got people that got those really cool Lakers Dawn. We got people that have those really cool artist-made Dawns. Okay. First, starting off with the first Porsche of the day. Look at the top of the deck. See how many Porsches we're gonna see. Should we have a Porsche counter?
I don't know.
You don't know if we should have a Porsche counter?
You're the main creative behind this channel. This is your decision. No one else can make these decisions for you.
So you're saying I have a lot of power.
Yes, but you need to be responsible with it. You know, think about Uncle Ben. What did Uncle Ben say?
With great power comes more responsibility.
More
I
responsibility?
bastardized it intentionally. Here comes the second Porsche.
No.
That's a search for a Porsche.
Okay, if it's a search, that's fine. We
Yes.
can't play the second Porsche because you can only play something with 4K power or less.
Yeah. So Porsche. Just kidding. Obviously not.
I may have failed my judge exam, but I'm not that dumb.
Tony Chopper, the play from the Porsche. This is a fan favorite. Here comes a leader attack 5 and a simple negate from Side.
Yep.
All right. Chai, first time. Like I said, I think he put this deck together because he recently found out it was a game that was like popping off for some people. Chandler says, "I don't know. I stopped listening after he said responsibility."
I mean, that's the end of the quote.
For Dawn, let's see if we can see a Lucky Roo. Could be a good answer to this board state. But here goes. Nope, definitely not seeing a Lucky Roo now. 6K coming to life. We'll see if we get the blocker chopper. Get simple 2K out of hand. Or are we going to take a life? Looks like discard a 2K. Just off camera. Hongo Bongo, the play. So it is a control build. He's setting up his control plays.
And this is way too early, but sure.
You get the body out while you can. And if you got the Hongo Bongo and it actually survives, you don't have to worry about removal. I don't remember seeing a lot of removal in the
There's
Foxy.
not a lot of removal in Foxy.
Yeah, a lot of resting, or not resting, but locking or freezing your opponent's characters. Just not a lot of removal. So, can combo later with a good Rayleigh play. If Foxy puts out something big. But here comes second Porsche. See what he comes out with. Maybe we'll see the two pair. Tony Chopper with 2 Porsche. Or we could see the Gina, which I like Gina in hand. What do you think?
I'd rather keep the 2K counter. It could be an Ijo Mizu.
Okay.
That one just gets you a free rested one every turn. It's basically Onigashima, but a character, so infinitely worse.
Yeah. I forgot to click on the leader. What is the restrictions for the lock and freeze ability with Foxy?
You have to have 3 or more Foxy Pirate characters, which we have.
All right. So now that freeze is online. And Porsche into Porsche. Looks like we could see a third. Obviously, they can't play the Porsche, but it can find it.
I mean, that would be the most broken thing ever.
It's Foxy. Give him a couple. Oh, Black Maria
Putting
to
out
play.
the Black Maria.
All
Nice. So that way we can use leader ability, ramp back out with the Black Maria.
Mm-hmm. Something I'm expecting to see from Chai here. There's plenty of Foxy Pirates.
So we can't freeze a character, but we can freeze the leader just to be annoying. And what is Foxy if not annoying?
I love that most people thought that was filler arc until they realized it wasn't. Like, that actually had implications to the story. And I think it's going to have future implications to the story. All right. Loading up. 6K.
And then we're using effect.
And I want... why do... That's a 2K. Lime Juice is a 2K.
Oh, we're going... I guess we're just... Because we also have a swing of Porsche.
Oh, okay. All right. But if he doesn't load up the Dawn on the Porsche, that's just simple negate. I don't think he used the leader ability in that attack.
I don't... If you used a 2K, you wouldn't.
No. Yeah. All right, 6K. Here comes another 2K from hand. Now, that should have locked up the Hongo Bongos?
No.
I think it locks up the leader.
It locks up the leader, but nothing else.
Yeah. curious. Sometimes when I see them pointing their hands and front, wondering what it exactly it is, the question they're asking. All right, 4 Dawn. Lucky Root. No, Tony Chopper. All right, love it. This one is 6K blocker on your opponent's turn. And a 2K in hand. What's going on here? Field goal?
know.
You doing a field goal?
No.
Okay. You don't even watch football, do you?
No.
See, it's good. You're signaling to the people in the back, right? You're doing some hand signals. To
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing.
What am I doing with my life? What is life? What have I done? The big questions of the day. All right, Slack Tide in the tank here. I don't think he has anything to do with 2 Dawn. No, it passes it back.
Maybe we are playing Red Rock. Or Red Hawk.
Red Hawk, could be. I think the debate there was, do I swing with Hongo Bongo? But
No.
you want to really reserve that for when you get to the late game so you can start doing some, Whitebeard control. See if what's going to happen here. I mean, he could have 2 Divine Departures in here if he thinks he's going to be going big. Ooh, 7 cost Foxy coming up here. This one on play?
No on play on this one. It's an activate main.
What's it doing?
Get Arrested Dawn. And then on opponent's turn, -1k to everything, so it's
nice.
a pseudo Shanks.
Yeah. Just to the board, right? Not to the leaders or anything.
Yep.
All right. Setting it up pretty well. Strong here. Here comes the first swing 5, negated by Slack Tide. Using that leader ability this time. Here comes another 5. Asking for 1. Janelo says, the answer to should I swing with Hongo is almost always no. Yeah, agreed. I'm glad he made that decision myself, too. 6K, coming into life. He's already used leader ability. Needs a 2K. Does he have another one? Will he use blocker? And 1K counter out. Nope, gonna take life. All right. Slack Tide probably looking for an answer. Black Maria, after the console reduction, is going to get him back some Rested Dawn here. A lot of conversations with this game because, again, Chai, brand new. Coming to this game, really appreciate it when we see some new players coming out of nowhere. Hopefully out there watching the YouTube or the Twitch or the VODs out there, too. It's a great way to learn from your game experiences, to just rewatch what you did during situations, maybe come up with ideas in different plays and different lines. I like the lines that you've chosen up to this point, though. And Slack Tide probably just as confused. As a new player, he's like, Foxy, what does this one do now? Doesn't have to play Foxy too often. Alright, so leader effect still freezing the Shanks. 8 Dawn turn. We're going to see ourselves our first Rayleigh.
Quite possibly.
You really need to start controlling his board at this point. He hasn't been able to pressure the Tony Chopper yet. Hasn't been able to really mess with the board to keep 3 characters off. Because I think the key to this Foxy deck is trying your best to ensure that they can't have the 3 characters out for that leader freeze ability. 8K. First Rayleigh comes out. This one able to KO at least one of the Porsches.
Honestly, I might have used Hongo and went for the Foxy here.
Get some utility out of it. So 3 and 2 and KO and okay, all right. Just making some easy hits and targets out of the 2 Porsches. Let's see if we can get some swings.
I don't know if I'd swing here.
No, don't want to make them vulnerable to being frozen.
Yeah, or just swung into.
And it does stop the 2 attacks for the next turn.
I mean, so does the Rayleigh. Because that already means we had to invest a lot of Dawn into the attacks if we want them.
Mm-hmm. That's what I meant. So, 8, not able to swing and remove, but he is able to at least maybe potentially stop some attacks from Chai here. Let's see. Chai should be it. Oh, I don't know. This deck minuses too much. And now without Black Maria, it's hard to keep up what Dawn Chai should be at.
Just get the second Black Maria.
We have another Porsche in hand. We've seen that. Did we see another Black Maria?
No. It's not searchable, so we wouldn't have seen it.
All right. Doing something with the Dawn over here. Look like 3 overs. Could be another Porsche play. Oh, Sanji and Pudding. All right, that one of that we saw on the deck. Does it combo well at all?
I mean, it triggers off a lead effect, which is decent.
Okay. I didn't know that would be like a new key card to it. I don't. But
Again, I'd almost always rather be playing the kid blocker because it's a blocker.
Mm-hmm.
It's slightly less conditional.
Mm-hmm.
But the Sanji Pudding is generic.
Yeah.
It's just a very conditional card in being generic.
Mm. Wonder what that debate's about.
You'll have to tune into the Patreon.
Right? I actually was watching this match and I can't remember this conversation. 6K attack in the lead. Let's see if he gets it. 2K or minus 1K in the one from hand. Now that he's played out 5, I imagine that might have been all of his Dawn. Ooh, gonna take that. To me, feels like weakness. Not good for Slack Tide to take so many early hits here. Hasn't done any pressure against Chai here. Here comes 7K.
Wait, we haven't done a single hit against Shy.
Not a single one. There's been absolutely no pressure. This locked Foxy has kept his leader from getting any kind of aggression. Finally got the use out of the Tony Chopper blocker, though.
It's still on board.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
you mean
the blocker.
both of them are blocked.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. The red one. The red. All right. 10 Dawn turn for Slack Tide. We'll see if he can reduce the board state here. Maybe get out his 10 cost Shanks. Really needs to put some pressure on. This Rayleigh doing some work. Just, I don't know if it's enough. Another Rayleigh. Will this one pop the Tony Chopper? And can we finally see him? Yep. There goes Tony Chopper.
-2 to the using Hongo, -2 to the Foxy, and then we're gonna swing with the Rayleigh into the Foxy.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. You can swing with characters even though that they can't actually deal any damage. So he just he's not swinging. He's just activating the ability.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Building
snake. Okay. Really wants to get rid of this Foxy. Smart. These are the 3 characters.
And that is the
here.
Rayleigh that already was played. That was played this turn, but
So long as he doesn't attack with both, it's gonna be fine. Yeah. Yeah. I get what you're saying though. That was the one that was just played, but yep, didn't attack the other one, so consistency of the game state still good. Back to Chai. Now, again, 2 Porsches reduced. Not likely going to be attacking this turn. Not with the available Dawn. But right now, most importantly, needs to get another Foxy Pirate character out to keep this leader lock capability. This doesn't it lock up 2 or
1 leader, 1 character.
Mm-hmm. So now we can lock up the Rayleigh here.
Yeah.
So long as we get another Foxy Pirate out.
I mean, don't we still know that there's another Porsche in hand?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
So there's your 3rd Foxy Pirate.
Yep. Haven't seen him discard it yet. It's hard to tell because his discard
Slightly
costs.
off camera.
Yeah. It looks like I see the Black Maria that was killed earlier from the Rayleigh, but that's all I can really tell. And it looks like one of those alt arts from the EX boxes.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Do you know they still haven't talked about reprinting the one that we got down in One Piece Day?
I wasn't on One Piece Day.
Yeah. The rest of us were. But they still haven't talked about reprinting that thing. I'm wondering if it's going to be like the Dawn and just never get a reprint. It was like, well, you had to go to One Piece Day to get it.
Okay, there's a kid.
Kid blocker.
Doesn't mean we can't use Foxy yet.
Interesting line here. I think Chai should have 8 Dawn right here.
If we have 8 Dawn, then yeah, we can just play the Porsche out.
Is there any Dawn investment required
What?
for the Foxy effect?
Dawn -3.
But no Dawn underneath it required. No. Yeah. I'm trying to do some math here. All right. Ooh.
Oh, we were at 10?
Apparently.
Well, we're not going to be able to use Foxy's leader effect this turn then.
It's a shame. But he does have a blocker now. Here comes 7K swing into life.
Wait, how are we swinging 7?
He had 5.
And 5.
2. That's 2.
Oh, wait, no, that's
2.
It's Gum Gum Giant. Never mind. I thought that was God Thread.
Oh, no. So 7 into life. We'll see if Slacktide wants to counter out of it. Noticing he can't. There probably might be discussions like, "Are you going to freeze anything?" And he can't. Doesn't have the 3 Foxies out.
Yeah.
Multipass in the chat. Good to see you. Slack didn't bottom deck the building snake. Doesn't really matter in the long run, but something they should be aware of. Oh, good catch. Good catch. Thanks, Multipass. Appreciate that. Yeah. I'll make sure that we catch that next time on camera. You're right. There's no graveyard recovery from Shanks, so it's not going to impact the gameplay.
It could.
But it is important that you...
If time gets called, it could matter if they're tied in life.
Absolutely. Because the deck count matters on the draw. And this is... Foxy likes to draw the games out, for sure. We're going to see if this one goes to time. I doubt it, but I think it could go to time.
Wait, we did? We're not untapping the Rayleigh or the Shanks.
Interesting. Maybe...
Are we going to have Tony Chopper cry?
Yeah, I think so. Jayla, what this? It's the graveyard. Your trash. It's just a different colloquial term.
Yep.
I don't think that. I think that's a Tony Chopper cry moment.
Yep.
Yeah. Sadly, I didn't catch that one. I might have had to step out because I would have caught that.
Would you?
Yeah. Because he announced that he needed the 3 while we were in the studio. He talked to me about it. So, yeah. Sadly, Tony Chopper is crying because that neither the Rayleigh nor the Shank should have been locked up on that turn. Yeah. Oh, that's right. All right, Chandler. All right, appreciate you. What is a graveyard?
Place where dead people are buried.
Yes, that is another thing for a graveyard. Yes. It's so different. I love that each one of these games have to. I think by certain laws they have to have like different terminology.
Yu-Gi-Oh has graveyard.
But I think they have to change enough of it, right? You can't use like every term that another game uses because then you're not unique, right? So they have to have some kind of uniqueness for the same concept.
Ooh, that's one flex.
Ooh, what a beautiful Sanji.
That's the Japanese second anniversary.
Oh, that's right.
Bandai
The
thing.
premium Bandai thing that costs like $180, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. Mine's still in a box upstairs in my Dragon Horde.
Open it.
No, not gonna happen. Tony Chopper blocking it up again. We now have our 3 characters for the Foxy Pirates. So now we can legally freeze these cards. We're gonna see if we see it again. Unfortunately, without the Black Maria, not able to return the Dawn at a faster pace than they gain per turn.
Yeah.
But able to put up some kind of good board state here. Let's see if we get a swing. I'm thinking about it. That's such a gorgeous Sanji. I still haven't opened. Like, I think Lifelink got one too, and we were going to do something with this. I'm pretty sure Lifelink got one. We're going to see what he's going to do with that for prize support. Yeah, that or he's added to his own Dragon Horde. Because those things, like, what's the current price on it?
I don't
J-Lo,
know.
if you're out there, what's the current price in the second anniversary, the whole kit and caboodle? The whole thing. I'm curious. J-Lo is probably one of my experts when it comes to pricing. Man knows his numbers. There's one person I was going to trust in the studio, like what the value of something is. I go to Chainlow.
Vendors, am I right?
Yep. Second anniversary. Yep. Is he? Yeah, I guess you could call him a vendor. Yeah, absolutely. But he's in the know. It's like that's the math this man knows. You know.
No.
6K coming to life. We'll see if we get a 2K. Or maybe a Divine Departure from hand. We got 2 open. He is freezing up the Shanks and the Rayleigh again. Here's a 2K. We're going to get an attack from one of these Porsches finally. So they've been kind of like frozen down with these Rayleigh plays for a while here. 6K. Now finally avoiding that easy reduction.
So that would have had to be leader effect plus a 1K.
Yep.
Technically, you're supposed to declare leader effect first before the counter step.
Yeah.
We don't need to swing 6 anymore, but...
Yeah, got a life. Put him into a situation where he's on his back foot. He's got 4 life, 2 blockers out.
Could have swung with the Sanji pudding still.
That's true. It's 5k.
Maybe
And you go to
Doku
use
is
leader
only once
ability.
per turn.
This is a brand new player. This is Chai. So.
Yeah, well, new players need to learn eventually.
Mm-hmm. What was his username? Was like, I'm new here? Or
I'm new here, please go easy on me. Or something
Yeah, it was.
like that.
Yeah. The username was like, I'm new here, please go easy on me. I wonder if he's ever going to change that name. Because it's going to be a little bit awkward if Chai ends up becoming like a legacy player, like deemed up at the top, and his screen name says, I'm new here, please go easy on me. Chayla says, looks like to be $300. Oh my god.
Yeah, those things
Already-
basically double their money.
Yeah. Easily. $300. Thank you so much, Chandler. I appreciate that. All right.
We're just going for board here.
Needs to clean it up because he's got 1 life and there's no way he can afford like an all-out alpha swing here. Yeah, is Chainlow going to defend this one? Nope. Had the opportunity for the Tony Tone Chopper, just saved it for life.
Chainlow?
I'm Chai, sorry. So close. Very, very close names. Chai, Chainlow.
I mean, first 4 letters of Chainlow or Chai, so.
Right. 10 Dawn turn, are we going to see a Shanks?
Finally.
All right.
Or that's the KO Shanks.
Okay. Chai going to lose the Sanji and Pudding. But get back to the turn, so we're going to see 4 cards in hand for Slack Tide. Can he defend against what is potentially 10 Dawn? I can't tell, guys. I can't tell. From all the minusing, I think at most, I think he could be at 9 because he did activate the leader ability that turn. He hasn't anything to get anything back. So mathematically, I think at most he can have 8. Actually.
Well, the Sanji and Pudding would have gotten 1 back off if he used leader effect.
Okay. So what are we saying about 10 then? Could he be a 10 Dawn?
So I don't know.
Come on, this is what the commentary is for. That's what we're paying attention.
I'm not doing math for your commentary, all right?
Let's go. J-Lo says, I mean, save the Saboti event. They picked up super playable cards from the 2nd anniversary set. Yeah. Oh, super playable. And awesome cards that a lot of people want to be playing with. Not to mention, you got that awesome little deck holder. You got a mat. You got some sleeves. Those dice looked amazing. I think, how many was it? Just 2?
I don't know. I didn't buy one. I couldn't afford one.
Yeah.
I had to buy the cheap one. I had to buy the English 2nd anniversary with the 4 Emperors that hasn't shipped yet.
Oh yeah, the 4 Emperors. Looking forward to when that one comes out. Oh, big hit from Foxy. Gets that last life. And another attack. Is this going to be enough to get through? Does he have it? A lot of bricks I'm looking at right now.
And we still have the Sanji as another swing.
Yeah. So if he empties his hand, he threw down 5. I don't think that's enough. No! Slack Tide unable to defend the double. I'm invincible. I'm checking to see if it's muted first before I do it. No speakers were blown out at this moment. Congratulations, a double swing. Chai, first time. On camera, first time victory. Congratulations, Chai. Awesome job with that Foxy. Obviously, we're going to have a talk about how the Foxy leader works, because one of those attacks was negated. But if you do the math and what you saw there, I don't even think the extra 2 attacks would have been enough to combat that current board state from 4 life to no life here. So, we could probably replay that and try to see how much advantage it is. It is disappointing to see something happen on camera that shouldn't have happened, and but it's expected, especially with new players, which is why I should have been paying more attention. So I'll definitely take some ownership of that one.
I mean, it's purple. You don't play purple. You only know red.
I understand it. I watch it enough. I see some stuff. Shaylo says the deck box is the first good official Bondi deck box. Agreed. And Homie says, wow, I never knew Foxy was like that. Actually, technically, bless you. That actually feels appropriate. Bless you. That actually feels appropriate for a Foxy player to get away with that, honestly.
Yep.
So I'm not even that disappointed, but I am disappointed because I want fair games. But it was Foxy, ironically, which is funny in itself. And Foxy can go brrr. Guys, that is going to do it for round 1. We've got 2 more games left. Stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break and we're gonna come back with those next 2 games. Stay tuned.
We need to do the wheel.
voice out there, someone to calm my mind. Feels like I'm falling, feels like I'm out of time, trapped in a prison, a fortress of silence.
And welcome back to Humble Pie. I'm your host, Jimmy D. With me,
Me.
Porter in the house. We got our next few games ready and set up to go. It's going to be 2 more games to find out who's going to win today's championship. We have right now on the camera James K, the 2-time, the man that took down championship number 1 and championship number 2, coming back and just playing for fun. He didn't decide that he wanted to sit out the season, so he's just coming out to get some extra good practice. Man's been traveling, playing in some competitive events, playing online, playing on those what do they call those, Cam? The
Treasure cups.
The treasure cuts, the face down cam. What do they call those type of games when you have you play at home and you have the camera.
The treasure cups.
But yeah, there's a name for the type of gameplay that is like the cam games.
The remote play.
Remote cam games.
I don't know.
It's one of these things. Matt Sopa, welcome to chat. Thank you so much.
I know Yu-Gi-Oh calls them remote duels.
Remote duels? Okay. But yeah, he's been doing a lot of that online and doing some traveling there with Jay Wubby and all the rest of his crew. That heavy competitive players that we've had come in and out. Was it the Muscle Man? Who was it?
Big Body Bailey.
Yeah, Big Body Bailey in the crew, along with Luffy TV and the rest of them. They like to travel around, play in those big tournaments, and sometimes we get the graces of their presence, if you will, as they get to come out here and represent some of the new decks. And we get to see what arguably is the competitive deck for this current format that we had to spend 2 weeks total in. But Green Purple Luffy, already putting up some results, now going to go up against Foxy, who made it back on camera. Webcam battles. Thank you. That's the term I'm looking for. Webcam battles. Yeah. They've been doing a lot of webcam stuff. So he's been saving some gas and competing on that competitive circuit, still keeping up with the skills, and clearly doing pretty well here because he won round 1. And now he's going to be playing the new player, Chai, back on camera. So we're going to see another Foxy play. Can we see some invincible attacks win this one through? Or will James K set up the board state that is just absolutely devastating to Sanji Puddings and kind of like making that leader free? But we'll talk about it when we get to the deck list right about now. All right, this is the new deck from EB02, the set we're giving away tonight for one of you lucky viewers out there. We got ourselves Monkey D. Luffy in the house. The man is a powerhouse, and we're going to find out why. Basically, activate main, -2 Dawn. If only characters on your field are Straw Hat type, meaning you got to play the Straw Hat decks. The characters up to 2, take 2 of your, or set 2 of your Dawn cards as active. Then, this leader gains plus 1,000 power until end of turn. So you -2 to set 2 as active. And how does this work? And how does this make that downside kind of a good side? You have cards like Sanji and Pudding here. And if you get 2 of these bodies out, it gets absolutely disgusting. But we'll talk about its on play first. On play, if the number of Dawn on your field is equal or less than the number of Dawn, you get to draw a card. However, the reason that this deck is built the way it is to get 2 of these bodies out, because during your turn, when 2 or more Dawn cards are removed from the field from your Dawn deck, you get to add 1 Dawn from your deck, set it as active. So basically, you activate that -2 ability from the leader effect, and if you have 2 of these out there, you get both Dawn back active. So you get to ramp, essentially, and get to play more cards. It's 4 basic Dawn right there with this play. And it's why you see this deck do what it does with all the searchers. You got the 1-cost Nami searcher that came out in EB. That's one of highly sought after card from a lot of people. Alt-art really desired by a lot of people. It's good alt-art. Like it. This one's your basic 1-cost searcher. Look at the top 5. Grab a Straw Hat. You've got your event searcher here for when you're at sea, you fight against the pirates. Look at the top 3 cards of your deck. Reveal up to 1 Straw Hat character. Kid Pirate or Heart Pirate, which is mostly just Straw Hat. It's a Straw Hat deck, right?
There is 1 Heart Pirate card in this deck.
Then place the rest into the bottom of your deck in any order. We have the new Merry-Go. A lot of this deck from EB, really. On play, if your leader's a Straw Hat type, draw a card. Rest the stage, if the number of Dawn cards is equal or less than the number of Dawn cards of an opponent, set 1 Straw Hat crew type characters, gain +2 cost until the end of the turn. Really just a nice little filter card. And it can be very, very useful. And in several of these different decks. And obviously, I'd be amiss if I didn't talk about the new Secret Rare Luffy. This is the one sought after for the black-purple and the green-purple decks. This one, if your leader is, if your leader is multicolored and your opponent has 5 or more Dawn, this card gains Rush. When attacking, once per turn, you may return 2 of your active Dawn cards to your Dawn deck and set this character as active. Then add 1 card from the top of your life to your hand. So, kind of like a Hody Jones type effect, but a double attack with this ability. So you can load this thing up, 7k, load up a single Dawn, you can make it double 8k. Who knows what you're doing with your turn. You can make this thing absolutely a devastating in-game closer. I think that is the key pieces of this deck. We got a lot of searchers for it. You got a lot of good cards and utility. The other Zoro card is another EBO2 card that came out here. If your opponent has 2 or more characters, this character can attack the characters a turn which it was played. So, Pseudo Rush, attack character only. On play, if your leader straw at type, rest up to 1 of your opponent's characters for the cost of 4 or less. So, get rid of those blockers. Those nasty, nasty, pesky blockers in the late game. Yeah, most of this deck, trying to defend big swings, what it can do. It's got the Gum Gum Giant. It's got the Gum Gum Jet Gatling. It's got a lot of great ability to counter out of big swings, especially with all the 2Ks in here. And this really cool green card that I was telling people to not sleep on. Really good 3 cost here. All of your opponent's rested characters that cost 7 or less cannot become active during your opponent's refresh phase. Usually when you see this is they're closing it out. This is going to be game. They're trying to lock the opponent down from swinging into them so they don't have to play defensively. They can just use the aggro they've been able to establish up to this point and swing for lethal. And it's usually how the games end. We're going to see if the Bunky D. Luffy can get up 2 Sanji and Puddings, which is really what this deck depends a lot on. It's why a lot of people say, yes, it bricks a lot. People who played this deck know it doesn't always get the perfect setup, even though it does a lot of work to make sure it gets Sanji and Puddings. I didn't even talk about the 4-cost Zoro that looks for it as well. So there's a lot of cards in here that are trying desperately to make sure it sets up a good board state and keeps at least 2, if not more, because when you get more, oh man, it's just too much winning. Too much value. Way too much value. But does a great job of spamming out characters. By the way, also, this works really well against the deck. So if you're playing green, might be something you want to slide in. And he's going up against our Foxy player from Shy. You want to talk about it?
Okay, so it's Foxy. On attack, Dawn -3. If you have 3 or more Foxy Pirates, freeze a leader and a character. So we have cards to kind of mitigate the downside with the Eustace Kid, playing a Sanji and Pudding of our own. And we have the Black Marias to help re-ramp after the fact. We have these Megaton Ninetales Rush to restand either your leader or the 7-drop to keep going in. We have a little bit of high end here. We have some removal and Gum Gum Lightning. And then we have the Foxy Pirates. Porsche searches and swarms the board. And then basically this one freezes characters. And basically this one swarms the board. This one protects your board. And the rest of them ramp.
Yeah. We've seen it in action. The big key to this one is going to be if we can see some massive Megaton Ninetales Rush. Yeah. Seeing a big attack from here. This is similar to that I'm Invincible, which we were talking about, which is the green Uda WinCon. You get to play this and reactivate your leader and attack again. We saw it win the game last time. Let's see if we can see it win again. Absolutely good, devastating card. Now, we also want to make sure, can this Foxy player activate these appropriately? Because remember, you can't activate lead if you don't have 3 Foxy Pirates in play.
Little Pound Cake, what do you expect from me? I gave you a brief once-over of the deck. Like, there's not a lot of nuance to this deck.
The Foxy!
And look, I also have work in the morning. I can't be here for too long reading over every single card, reading over every single searching card, despite them all being mechanically similar.
I think he legitimately said that he was impressed and he wants to play Foxy now. You did a good job. Yeah, did a good job. All right, 5 for Chai, 4 for James K. Looks like Chai's going to be on the start. Starting off with 1 Dawn. Let's see if he has a searcher. Hey, girl. Good to see you. You're good, girl. You're good. Excited, aren't we? Foxy? Yes, the Foxy is in the house yet again. Round 2. Oh, all right. Good. I think that was actually the recording in the studio went blank this time. Matt honestly would be screaming right now. Absolutely.
That's not what he said. It was not screaming.
Oh. Yeah. I'm glad I fixed it the way I did. Yes. I have to reread that. I would agree with you 100%. You're good.
Ooh, one. We got an
Alt
Alt Nami. Nice.
Nice. Yeah,
Nice,
James
nice.
K was telling me that he really loves the alt art from this one. It's like absolute favorite. He's trying to finish the set.
Yes, Foxy.
You did almost get me. You know, sometimes not being able to read correctly pays off for you. The one time his dyslexia works. You know, honestly, sometimes it just works to your benefit. I love it.
Do you have them sleeved now?
I want to protect them because these aren't Dawn. These aren't like wasted Dawn. They're not like.
I mean, this is a
cheap
worthless
AP.
common.
It's an amazing combo. It's a 2K for Nosuke.
You don't
2K
even
for
play
Nosuke.
purple.
Not yet. Maybe one of these days you guys are gonna force me into it. Looks like purple's like the only thing being played next meta.
No. Bella Betty is the second most represented deck.
Oh, it's true. But I still have that put together. So if I can Karasu my way to victory, we'll see. Maybe you'll see it on camera.
You don't even really play this game anymore.
That's not true. Still get some games in. I like to play some fun games on the side where I can get like some best 2 out of 3, get some good practice, learn the matchups. It's still important that I learn the matchups. Gotta know how the deck works and how it lines up. I just have more fun just randomly playing people and practicing against them. Getting into the tournament, it gets a little awkward. People don't want to get the free win. I don't want to make it like sabotage the tournament and make people have this feel bad. It's like, oh, you just got a free win because you played Jimmy D. And it's like, I mean, I'm not in it. I'm the one hosting it. I'm going to check this out. But still play the game. Enjoy the game. 4 Dawn turn for James K. 5K into life. Let's see if we get a 1. Hopefully Chai's... Nope, gonna take. Here we go. Homie says, wow, I'm surprised someone didn't know that Green Purple Luffy did. Oh, yeah, but I mean, Chai's brand new to this game. So this would be one of those situations where hey, you get these new players, which is 100% what we need in this game. But yeah, it has been a menace for a while, and it has been played all over the place.
A couple weeks.
It feels like forever. Feels like forever. All I see is Green Purple Luffy.
Well, it's about to be all blue purple Luffy.
Yeah, right. Can't wait for the future coverage to start. And we have blue purple versus blue purple. That one's gonna be significantly easier to build. I think
No, it's not. You need 4 Bond Clays. You need 4 Sanjis.
there are a lot of people that have had those cards for a while here, and a lot of people that play these type of decks. So like for the legacy players, it's gonna be a little bit easier for them to put the stuff together.
Yeah, but if you're getting into it fresh, it's not.
No, yeah, there will be what you just talked about. Some of the free option or the cheaper options. Bella Betty is still decently inexpensive, and something you can get into to start playing into the meta here. Little Pound Cake says 8 seconds or 8 secret rares is not
no,
easy.
it's
for
not
anybody.
8 secret rares because you also need the Rush Luffys, and if you want to play the 8 drops, it's 12 secret rares.
Jeez. So would you? Okay, so this limited print, limited selling, high expensive cost for an EV set that pretty much is what do we look at? Like a good 60%, 70% of the deck was from EBO2 versus something that had more printing, had more access in the past, and has been
One of
around
those
for a
secret
while.
rares is Bond Clay that was from EBO1.
Fair.
Like, Bond Clay is one of the hardest cards to get, and you need a playset of it.
We do
like
have PRB coming out soon. We do have PRB.
Hopefully, in October.
Yeah. It's going to feel like nothing the way these sets are coming out here. It is this year.
Yeah, but also, 11's going to be... I mean, yeah, OP1 Hawkins. Yeah, that is your budget substitute.
That's
You
true.
can also play Lead Performer Disaster and like go for a more event-focused build.
And it has trigger. Yeah,
Yep,
that's right. All right, walling up, or not walling up, but at least being able to defend it. We got our 3 characters finally. Pickles hitting the field. We have Portia times 2. Pickles, that's our 3 characters. Black Maria going to make sure that we keep that Dawn looking fresh and keeping up with our opponent here. Especially with that constant -3. But I think we're going to see the -3 lock here against the leader. It can only lock rested characters, right?
Yep. I mean, why would you want to make it so that an active character can't
Attack?
untap?
No. It freezes it. I was playing on that concept here. Looks like we got 6 coming into life here, kind of like when Blackbeard freezes your leader ability or leader attack.
Blackbeard doesn't freeze your leader attack. It freezes a character
character
attack.
attack.
But that says it can't attack, not it can't become active during your next refresh phase. So those are two very different mechanics.
Fair. Absolutely. But when we're talking about the difference in freezing versus,
Yeah.
5 coming into life. We don't have the Sanji puddings out, so we're not seeing a 6k leader just yet. Maybe the next couple turns we'll see it, but here we go. Simple 1k answer. And freezing up the leader.
Did we not reduce... Did we not bring back the Dawn with Black Maria at the end of the turn?
That's what it looked like.
How many Dawn is that? I see 4, so we're good.
Okay, here's our first Sanji pudding. So one piece of the puzzle has been put together.
One piece?
One Piece is real! But he needs a 2-piece for this one. Alright, so finally activating the leader ability, getting that 6k attack. Here comes When We're at Sea.
Look at top 3, grab a card off of that. Grabbing the one of Gamma Knife.
Tapping 1 here. Alright, Nami Searcher. 3 Nami Searchers right out the bat. Let's see if he can find his last piece. Looks like he did. There's the second piece. So now the 2-piece is real. It doesn't have the Dawn right now to cast it.
Next turn.
But yeah, that will be solidifying James Cade at least having the combo out. So if he can defend one more turn, I think that's going to be pretty much locking the game in his favor.
Another turn.
Should be locking it in his favor considerably, board state wise. But we'll see if Chai has any answers. It looks like we got a counter. Little Punkey says, I slapped 1 knife in my build, and it's silly how much I find that 1 of.
I mean, it's a good card.
Yeah.
It was
And a necessary need.
Designed for RP Law, but that deck's no longer around.
All right, 7k swing into that Porsche, taking Chai off from the 3 Foxy Pirates. Not able to defend it, back to Chai. Should be, what we're counting, 7 Dawn
6.
turn? 6. Thank you. Draw for Chai. We'll see if he can set up another board state with 3 Foxy Pirates. Perfect opportunity to lock down the 6k leader and the Zoro. Helping him stay a little bit into this game and keep him on the defensive. Starting to lose a little bit of hope here now that we've gotten one of the key pieces put together here for James K. All right. 6 Dawn. Thinking it through. Let's see, do we see another Pickles play? We've seen 2. Oh, it's not Pickles. I'm sorry, Porsche. We've seen 2. Could see a Tony Chopper. Could see a lot of Foxy Pirates, actually. Just not Foxy. Not the 7-cost Foxy.
Yep, but any of the other ones.
So yeah, Chai wants to navigate this turn. Definitely want to start freezing. And you got to start being able to freeze these characters and leaders. The Punkit says, lol, 3 names of Anda, Zoro, and Sanji pudding to show for.
I don't know.
Anda, Zoro, and 1 Sanji.
3 names and a Zoro and Sanji. So 3 names. I'm gonna think. 3 Namis.
Nami. Oh yeah. 3 Namis. Yep.
No, we know he has a second Sanji pudding in hand. So.
Yep. He was able to search for it with the Nami.
Okay, so we're using the Capote to make sure that Sanji pudding can't attack next turn.
Okay. Fair enough. So able to freeze up 3 bodies this turn. If Chai's willing to reduce the 3 Dawn here. Yeah, big old 8k swing, putting the pressure on. Is James K just going to take? Interesting. Such a large hand here.
Yeah, this deck plays a lot of bricks.
Yeah. Here comes our first Gum Gum Giant. Got one out of the way at least.
Yeah, this is one of the strengths of Green Purple is it doesn't really care about being at super high Dawn counts, so you can play these a lot earlier.
Yeah. Little Punky says, yeah, bad move in my opinion. Now he just, it's just protected. That's fair. Absolutely. So freezing up the Sanji pudding, that means he can't attack with it. Now it doesn't give Chai the opportunity to attack it.
Yeah.
All right. I think they were arguing. Yeah, I remember back when I was watching this thing, they were arguing about how much Dawn was going to be allocated to it, and that was going to change James K's play. But he was like, "Never mind, never mind." So, back to James K's turn. No, sorry, that was his draw from the Gum Gum Giant.
I mean, I believe that's all of our other Dawn tapped, so
Yeah.
we can't attack with anything else. We could attack 6 into... Or we can attack 5
yeah.
into 6.
Yeah, Chai is learning the hard way. It's like, what? It looks like Chai didn't reduce the Dawn. Interesting. Decided not to freeze both. That's an interesting choice. He had the 3 characters. And the Black Maria to offset it.
I don't know.
Interesting choice from Chai there. All right, here comes the second Sanjin Pudding.
Drawing a card. And honestly, you want to be at lower Dawn than... In this type of matchup, you want to be at lower Dawn than green-purple so that they don't get things like the draw off of the Sanji Pudding.
Those little incremental things up.
Or being able to like use stage to increase cost.
All right, Mary go the play. We got the on play. Gonna increase the cost here, I guess, for the Sanji Pudding, for the sake of doing so, and gets to showcase those awesome little markers that he's got. James K's got this beautiful set of markers that I need to get my hands on for the studio. Love those, and I love top down. It looks like a lot of them are kind of like bubbling, but if you see it, it's flat as a brick. Like, but on here, when you look at it, it kind of looks like this little orb. Do you see the red one? See what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah. I think they look great. Need to get myself a set. Figure out who James K has been working with. Here comes 6K into life. Gonna get a 2 from Chai. Nope. Gonna take 3-2. James K on the back turn here. Comes up with a looks
7?
like another 7. Yeah. Ah, morning Chai. Oh, it's Chai. All right. Yeah. Welcome to the chat. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Why didn't you use the leader ability in the last turn? Do you remember? If you can think back to why you did use the leader ability, you had the 3 characters. Were you trying to play some tempo game with the way the Dawn was being played? I feel like you had the perfect board state right now to constantly activate leader ability every turn. All right. We'll see how it goes. Back to Chai's turn. Love the communication between the two. James K just helping him out, letting him know, like, why is it 6K, how long it lasts, what he's been doing to the board here. Morning Chai says, Hun, I don't remember what I did this morning. I think I was going to use another Foxy Rush or something, but then I just chose not to. Okay, that's fair. Absolutely fair. All right. No worries. Sometimes it helps. Sometimes, I mean, there's a lot of things you can think about while in the hot seat. And I do appreciate your first time being in the shop. You willing to be a participant back to back on camera, which is kind of nerve wracking for some people. So I appreciate you getting that out. Getting those jitters out of the way. All right, here we come. Oh, nice Altart. We haven't seen this one yet. Altart Foxy, 7 cost. Let's see, showcasing it in all of its glory. We've seen the regular one. We haven't seen the Altart. That looks nice. And while you're in the chat, a quick question for you, Morning Chai. Like, what drew you to Foxy of all decks as one of the decks of choice here? I'm curious. What was the ultimate pull that said, I need to build this deck of all decks? Morning Chai says, being on cam is fine. I only get nervous at versus games, but I also love One Piece, so I'm going to be in. All right, good. Love to hear it. All right, 7K. Let's see. We're going to get a swing from these Sanjis, or are we going to make them vulnerable? All right, here comes leader ability. 5, just to swing and reduce to 3. Yep, just to get it out there. Going to freeze leader and Zoro. So now we're freezing it up. Good. And of course he has the freeze nice. Markers for these. I love these.
Well, I mean, it makes sense because we're playing the electrical Luna, so probably have those for that.
Absolutely. I love these little markers. And we got some awesome donations from Wolf for the -1000. And that's what that little egghead is representing, is the Foxy -1K to the board right now. Morning Chai says, in a word, with 15 more or less Luffy leaders and counting, I want to have some fun. That's fair. Absolutely. Are you saying marry the counters? Are you talking? Is that what you're talking about? Because I'm saying I'm loving the counters. I'm loving the counters. Is that what you're saying? I should
we're
bury them?
seeing a Luffy Taro, probably for another sign. Oh, for a Zoro drop.
There we go.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Getting another big guy. Getting another big guy.
Ooh, that Altar Sanji blocker.
Yep.
Nice. James K's got such a fat hand. Like, this thing counters out of everything. I've seen this deck counter out of an 18k swing. I think I said it already early in the stream.
Yeah, I mean, yes, double Gum Gum Giant.
Hey, Hello Mama, thank you so much for the follow. I don't have a chat from you, though. We're giving away a free pack here at the end of the stream. So, Hello Mama, if you want, hit me up in the chat so I can add you to the wheel. You can just say hi. You can hit exclamation point join. Both work just fantastically. Allow me to add you to the wheel and give an opportunity for you to win something. Morning Chai in the follow. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Every single time we go live, we give away free packs of whatever IP we happen to be covering. This one's One Piece, so we've got 2 packs of EBO2 for free. Give it out at the end of the stream. Absolutely. Every time we go live. If I'm covering Pokemon, you get a free Pokemon pack. If you win it, of course.
Yeah. Your name will get put on a wheel. We'll spin the wheel.
Yep. Totally entered and ready to go. So at the end of this stream, which will be after the next game after this one, we will be giving away the 2 packs for the day. Appreciate you very much. Yep. Exclamation point join just helps the algorithm. Keeps feeding me. So you feed me, I feed you.
You can't eat cardboard. Don't eat cardboard. This is
If you
being
try
a
hard
PSA.
enough. Tofu boy. All right. Welcome to the chat. First time chatter. Thank you so much. Name has been entered. Can't wait to see. No packs have been hit from this community box.
No packs?
Or no hits, sorry. No hits have been hit for this community box so far. Morning chat. Oh, I can eat some cardboard.
Okay.
There
Good
might
for
be
you.
some nutritional value at some point. Have you eaten some of the fast food? It's like eating cardboard.
Well, fast food's also not good for you. that only strengthens my point.
All right, Morning Shy, looking at the attack structure. Seeing has a good board state here. Able to, as long as Chai can remove the 2 possible, if he can, remove the 2 Sanji puddings, it could go in Chai's favor. But we got to figure that out. How we're going to deal with this one. I imagine James is going to put all of his investment in defending these Sanji puddings.
Yeah, probably.
Which is probably why he was saving so many cards in hand, too. Because he knew that eventually he'd have to defend these pieces. They're great attackers, but man, you just have to have them. And make this deck work here. Morning Shaz, I know where this match goes. Yeah. No spoilers, but appreciate it, yeah. Big swing coming in. Let's see. Taking it back, maybe. Maybe a big swing. Here comes a Foxy swing. Maybe. Love the tats though, Chad. Those tats are amazing. They didn't compliment those enough in the studio. Great sleeve work. Alright, here comes Foxy's attack. Is it going board? I hope it's going board. Gotta get rid of these. Gotta get rid of these Sanji puddings.
I mean, 2 life with a full board, you could also just try and go for game here.
That's possible too, yeah, absolutely. If he'd loaded up the Dawn and the leader, got 2 big swings. But he'd have to fight through a lot. There's 2 open Dawn from James K. That means he's representing at least 2 Gum Gum Giants. Or bluffing. He's just
Could always be
representing.
bluffs.
Mm-hmm. Like, I see that the Chai's put 3 Dawn aside, so it looks like maybe telecasting that he has the I'm invincible type effect. But, geez, that hand has got to be devastating. I would hate to look at my opponent with that many cards in hand. And be like, where's my blue pudding? Where's my blue pudding?
In mono purple?
Yeah. Always be bluffing the feet. It's actually that's a good strategy.
I know I constantly do it whenever I play purple.
Yeah, I think the screen does a really good job of capturing the face down and capturing the art in your sleeves. It's a good quality camera. This one brought to you by Daddy Lifelink. And a huge thank you to Daddy Lifelink for that camera. Great resolution. Can't wait till we get those stage improvements too. I want to get those lights off the ground, put those up, and start getting some really good angles. And eventually we get some hand cams on here. It's like we're going
We've
to
been
counter out
saying
the
that
leader.
for ages.
It takes money, and I will be saying it until I get it. It's going to come. All right, we got 3 open. Is this going to be another attack from the Foxy? We'll see. Camera putting up good numbers. Yeah, right?
Oh, yeah, putting up good numbers.
Good numbers, yep.
You remember that, right?
It's one of my favorite scenes. Says James Whistle.
Yeah, like Buggy was putting up good numbers.
Yeah. Good deck. Good deck. You should play it sometime. Looks like we're going to get a restand from lead coming in for another attack.
I
Already
don't
kind
know,
of
I
one of
need
these
to buy the
attacks.
new starter decks, and that's the only way I'd play the deck. Hey, you were there for that. You were there for that.
All right, this attack coming into Sanji and Pudding. We'll see if we get out. Or freeze into Sanji and Pudding. Is this attack going into Sanji and Pudding? It
Probably
looked
the
like,
other
yeah.
one, yeah.
Yeah, it did look like it.
Freeze one,
Lock.
try and get rid of the other, but
It was the appropriate attack choice. Unfortunately, not able to get rid of the pieces, though. So, leaving James K fully in the driver's seat. Yeah? Yeah? Do you agree with him? Yeah?
yeah. Purple
Purple
King.
King?
No, mono Purple King, no. Arguably one of the worst leaders in the game.
You're going to hurt Infinite Rose's feelings with that comment.
Purple King?
No, he's a Kaido. He's Purple Kaido lover.
Yeah,
That's
no,
right.
Kaido's actually, like, okay. King is terrible. It's... like, the worst leaders are, like, Purple King...
Yellow Yamato.
Nah, I wouldn't go so far as, like, there are way worse. The Black Luffy,
For the starter deck, the original one.
ST8, yeah. And then the Red Uta promo leader.
Oh, yeah. How about the reprint of Trafalgar Law? Oh, no!
That one is actually playable. It's not good, but it's playable.
We missed the highlight on this one. I thought he had so much more left, but look at the bricks in Chai's hand.
You could build a house with that many bricks.
Right? Good grief. Yeah, a little bit of defense here. Kind of sort of bricked up here from his side. Did have some Gum Gum Giants to rechange the hand, but yeah, both players kind of bricked up in this moment. But James K just explaining to Chai that it's like these pieces are the most incremental and dire pieces to keep this board state alive. So it really was his winning strategy, was keeping these Sanji Puddings in play. Yeah, bricked up like a brick house. That is devastating.
Rough.
Yeah. I don't even think James K was actively swinging for game at that point either.
Just trying to test the waters, but...
Sometimes when you test the waters, it's everything you needed to make that thing work. Chai, thank you so much for being on camera. Great game, great match. James K going to be moving on to the next round. So we're going to get the board state set up right now for our final matchup. It's going to be Wolf on
Vegapunk.
Vegapunk. A really good. I like this. I like this. Neat seeing this leader come up here. It has been a prominent shower in this meta over in the Eastern market, or Eastern meta, if you will. And we knew it was going to be something to mess with. It definitely deserved your attention. And right now, he, instead of playing the green purple, which he does have, he's going to be putting out the Vegapunk to see how this matchup lines up. According to Wolf, he thinks this is a terrible matchup, even though this was doing pretty well in this meta. Why would this be a game choice if it's a terrible matchup?
Because it does well into other things.
What other things would you say off the top?
I mean, there are other decks in the meta besides green
what decks?
purple. I don't know.
That's what it is.
I'm not paying attention to this meta. I'm just Shanks go,
I'm winning. I'm
Shanks
just
go
winning.
burr. I don't care. Shanks go burr. I win. I just remove the board. The thing with Shanks is I don't have to think about anything. I just play the game. Like, I just play my cards and win. I don't have to think when I play Shanks.
Okay. Well, Chainlow corrected me in the chat here. Says, didn't say it was a terrible matchup. Okay, so give me the verbiage that you use exactly. Because I remember you being distraught that you're going to have to play this matchup. And you're like, this is not great. This is not great.
It's better than Green Yellow Law. We never have to play that again.
That's true. That's true. I can remember the energy that you brought into the room when you were upset about this. But James K did say in several times, if you can get Ira Quasar help in life, you could come back from a lot of these swings and then basically just you drain them of all of their counter and eventually punch in for the win.
Rayquaza is such a stupid card. I hate that card so much.
I wonder why. Do you want to talk about it before we talk about the deck?
Oh, you mean the game where I could heal install infinitely, and then but I could never actually go for lethal, because if I did, I would just Rayquaza and then played, and then I just would die instantly if Rayquaza was ever played.
Morning Shy in the chat says, question about tomorrow's pre-release event. Are you guys dishing out the color Luffy? Yes, we are. And the leader kit. And also, any Sanji leaders for sale. Sanji is not going to be legal for this one. It's not going. We have a strict rule at Lifelink Games. Everyone is forced into the Rainbow Luffy. The red Sanji leader ended up creating a bad set of meta. It made a lot of feel bad moments because these are the opportunities to get new players into the game.
So it's just
Rainbow Luffy.
We're okay.
Or the leader you pull out of the set. Excuse me. I'm going to get corrected here in 5 seconds, probably right now, while I'm trying to correct myself. But you can, if you pull a leader from the pre-release, you can play with that leader. I don't necessarily recommend it. It limits you on what you're allowed to play. But for the most part, we lock everybody into the 5-color, 5-life leader. And we will be giving those things out. Also, if you don't have it, and for any reason, if we run out, if we get too many new players, just play with any leader. Everyone knows what it does. It works as every name card. It works as every leader type. It works as everything. It is a rainbow leafer. It says leader. Excuse me. It says you can play any card you want in conjunction with it. So we leader lock it to make sure that everybody has equal playing ground, and we don't have a bunch of people just kind of like Sanji making bad feels. There was a huge debate online probably several months ago that people were just like, I hate going to these pre-releases where the sweaters come on those Sanjis and there's no deck strategy. There's no fun interactions. There's no one really playing with the new cards. It's pull out every vanilla you possibly can, put it into a deck, and play Sanji and win. So, he said it was a terrible matchup like Charles Barkley does. Terrible matchup. Chai says, good, yeah. So, someone in another store argued and got Sanji in, so I'm glad. No, yeah. That Sanji is 100% no. We're here for fun. We want new players to come out, try out the cards, and we want to level the playing field as best as possible. Yeah. Good to hear. Thank you so much, Morning Chat. Chai. Liponke says it's whatever leader you draw a 1D, 1-for-1 copy. You could draw. That'd be interesting. No, yeah, it was just like vanilla cake. Exactly, Morning Chai. It honestly, by and large, we did a survey and we talked to everybody. It really just leads to unfun matchups.
I was not part of the survey.
Yes, you were, and you were on the. I think you were on the other side of it, weren't you? On the side of everyone can play Sanji?
No, I was not part of this survey. I didn't say anything.
You didn't say anything.
I mean, I don't remember this. I don't remember this.
Okay. Yeah. Jay Wizzle, it wasn't online. It was in the store. It was talking to everybody. And yes, your input was added. Because everyone was talking about this thing in the store. Along with the rest of the people within my chat. But no, it was not an online paper survey. It was in person, talking to the players, seeing how they would feel, seeing how they reflected it, getting their choice. And I remember seeing several hands for no Sanji, not wanting it. It just made for a lot of bad feel moments, and that's not you can't run a good game if you start introducing too many feel bad moments here. Yeah, but no Sanji, guys, and you can't will it back into it. I don't remember this either. Are you sure you didn't dream this? Yes, I'm sure. Like no Sanji. I like no Sanji. Yeah. Pull better.
I'm fine with no Sanji. I think it probably is going to work out better. Mm-hmm. But like,
it homogenizes the format, and it just brings in a bunch of people that just like people want to play with the new cards. The point of a new set being released is people want to play with the new stuff. They want to see what the new cards.
Everyone having to run the same leader isn't going to homogenize the format.
It's literally everything. It's what you pull. The difference here is that every single card I pull is now legally able to be played. I don't have to have that specific leader to play it. If it's leader locked, I can now play with everything I pulled from in my pull. It's all live. It all works. The combos that it was designed around it all work as intended, and even some enhanced by it. And you now can build a fun, interesting deck, and it aids to people who actually understand what the cards do in the set. Sanji is vanilla, 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 vanilla,
I think someone's
Vanilla?
just salty about
Vanilla?
losing to Sanji
Vanilla?
constantly.
I was literally playing Sanji and I won a couple of those things. I don't like it. I get it. I get where people are coming from. Actually showing compassion for the rest of the community. Morning Shy says, yeah, if everyone's running vanillas, are you just playing Uno? 100%. And then the die roll
You
becomes...
still run vanillas.
You do. But if your whole deck is Sanji versus Sanji, the die roll is what's going to matter.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's it. Congratulations, you've turned the game of One Piece into a die roll. I mean, you could go to the casino and play craps if you really want to.
Okay, whatever. This is a side
You
thing,
actually
but-
get interactions is exactly what we're talking about. Guys, let's get into the last matchup. So, Vegapunk is on the table here. We have the list from our man, Chain Low. This is a pretty interesting deck. Do you want to talk about it? You've played it against this deck. You mastered the list.
So the important thing here, so Vegapunk, leader can't attack, 2 life, activate main for 1 Dawn, play an Egghead type card, 5 or less, or add it to your life. So the main thing you want to be playing is this. Look to top 5 of cards of your deck, play a Scientist, and then if your opponent has 2 or less cards, trash a card. And then you just have, like, this is a Searcher.
Mm-hmm. One of the key things about this, it is a
removal.
2-life leader. It cheats out characters like crazy.
This is a blocker.
And it can attack.
This is more removal.
DK, you made it just
This
in
is
time.
so we have enough names. This cycles. This is hard to remove.
Mm-hmm.
This is the most annoying card in the set.
Want
or in
to
the
go
deck.
over this one? Counter if you have 2 or less life. Up
That
to one
does
of
not
your...
matter.
It's the trigger.
Yeah, play up to one of your egghead cards with a cost of 5 from your trash, so you just put this into life with your leader effect.
Mm-hmm.
And now you have to deal with not only the entire deck, but also the entire deck twice.
Get extra blockers, get the Shaka blockers out. You get to have some extra utility. You get to play all the amazing characters that came out in the 500 Years in the Future arc. A lot of really good stuff. I love this. Frankie, nice little 2K counter. Awesome triggers. I love that most of everything in this deck is a trigger. It is yellow, guys. This stuff is just trigger central. And yes, Ira Quasar Help is an amazing op-tempo. Something necessary when you have a 2-life leader. We're going to find out if this one can take down the deck that we just saw on camera here. The Monkey D. Luffy from James K. Representing the newest of the meta until Blue Purple Luffy takes over. We've got the deck that searches out essentially 2 pieces. To activate this leader ability, we have Dawn -2. If your characters in the field are all straw
knows
hat.
what this deck does already.
All right.
I think everyone's seen it. I think everyone's tired of it.
No stage for restand. If you're talking about Eggman, you're going to have to change Vegapunk.
No, Wolf doesn't play stage. He thinks
Yep.
it's too bricky.
Said it was a little bit bricky here. Yeah. Here's your green purple Luffy deck, guys. This is the one that we just saw on camera. Look out for the rush finisher from the Monkey D. Luffy here. This one being able to attack twice and have the ability for rush, so long as it keeps its Dawn reduced less than their opponents, which is easy to do with an ability like this. And you have these amazing search cards. You have from Zorojuro, which is a 6,000 body with a searcher. The Nami, which is a nice little early start searcher. And you have the event card that when you're at sea, you're going to fight pirates. And last note here, I want a lot of people to be thinking about this because this card does work against Green Purple Luffy just as well as it works well in Green Purple Luffy. This, Electrical Luna. Activate main. All of your opponent's rested characters with a cost of 7 or less cannot become active during your opponent's next phase. If we see this card, it could be it. It lights out. This is usually the last card you see before your opponent goes to the next turn and wins because it just locks down their ability to potentially go for lethal. And gives you that extra turn you need for the massive swings with the Sanji inputting the 6K leader and the rest of the board state they've been able to design up to this point. Shane Lowe says, stage isn't bad, but I think you need as many scientists as possible with the new Vega. All right, that makes sense. Using a new 5 cost. All right, let's... Oh, don't have the game yet. Let's see. This one is 16 hours long, if I remember correctly.
44 minutes.
16 hours. At least 16 hours long.
Dude, I have work.
I'm skipping ahead for you. Calm down. All right. Looks like we got the first searcher here, getting the actual stage here. 2 Dawn for Wolf. See what he gets to cheat out today. Yeah, all right. Going out with Rocket Luffy. Good little body. Getting in the offensive. Maybe getting some early swings in here. After the search of the stage, gets the stage, draws on play. 1 extra Dawn. Gonna search again.
Then. Hope we find a Sanji pudding.
There
we
is.
go. Okay.
Piece number 1. The One Piece has been assembled.
Alright, now back to Wolf. 2 Dawn, so usually here we want to use leader effect and then either use a Darashi to search 2 or a Lilith, search 1.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we got the Darashi there.
Such a great versatile searcher.
I mean, it searches literally every card in this deck.
Mm-hmm. And he gets 2 of them, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I love these in the early stages. Not a whole lot of threat, although, I mean, he has a 2-life leader, but not. I don't think he's going to be worried about too much of aggression from Green Purple in the early stages. Definitely in the later games, but not in the early stages. The Punkate says, Jimmy's strat is to win the pre-release tomorrow is to keep everybody up late. That's why the tournament starts at midnight, Little Pancake. Midnight on Friday, which is technically Saturday. I got the advantage of the fact I never sleep. I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Alrighty then.
If you need to go, I can cover the rest of this.
No, I'm good. I'm just... I'm fine.
Okay. Alright, the search for Rocket Luffy and Frankie. First big swing. And a take. James K.
Trigger.
Jeez, another one. How much you want to bet against the Sanji putting on this one?
I don't know. It's likely. Oh,
Gum
Giant.
Okay.
Also very good here.
Nice that James K doesn't have to worry about the leader attack. Here comes extra body. Another rocket. So, yeah. James K intelligently not feeding the Rocket Luffy's. Not giving them any opportunity to get rid of some key pieces here.
Alright, 5. Looks like we're going to play the Sanji Pudding. Alright, yep. Now we use leader. Put back 2. Restand 2. Get 1 active. 6k lead. Now we can use stage to insulate Sanji Pudding from a Nami.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we're sifting through the
Mounds
pile
of tokens.
Yep. So now we have 3 more Dawn to play with. Putting 9 in.
Big swing.
Looks like we're going... I don't know if life is correct here. I personally go for board. Try to... When it comes to Vegapunk, my strategy against it is to try and starve them out.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they get too wide of a board, like, you're never killing them unless they're like super starved in counter. Because while it's 2 life, Wolf has kind of talked about this, where it's kind of like the forbidden fruit. Like, while it looks like it might be an easy way to go for game, you know they have some sort of triggers that's going to screw you over. So you want to have them have as little cards as possible so that you're constantly in a winning game state, even if the triggers screw you over.
A lot of cards to be playing from Wolf here, too. Some of the Vegapunks. See if we can see our first Vegapunk play.
Maybe not worth it because we would have to discard, and you can occasionally whiff.
Mm.
It's not very likely, but occasionally you do whiff.
Maybe get out a blocker, maybe? Shaka? Get a little shaka action.
Is there... Yeah, I think I see a Shaka in hand.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Wolf talking out his moves. James K saying, don't hurt my Sanji Pudding, please.
There's no way to hurt it if it's at +2 cost.
Yeah.
The most we can do for removal is Nami to remove a 5k.
Alright. Hard cast here.
Okay.
Here comes a Vegapunk.
Like top 5, play a Scientist,
There we go.
playing an Atlas.
Good to see.
Now and that still leaves us with 1 active for leader effect afterwards. I do have to discard off of this first, though. Looks like we're thinking on the discard.
Hopefully something with no counter in it. We'll see.
Discard? Wolf, discard. That Luffy was already in trash.
Yeah.
We forgot the discard on Vegapunk.
A lot of Tony Chopper activations today.
Wolf, come on. You know this. You play this deck enough to know this. What do you have to say for yourself?
Oh, James K locking up the wall here with its second piece of this critical puzzle for Monkey D. Luffy. We've got both Sanji and Puddings out. Now that leader ability is just
he does
ran.
it in a minute. He just forgot.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. Preemptive Tony Chopper gets resolved, thankfully.
What chop?
I put out the Tony Chopper. The crying Tony Chopper. Expected with some new players sometimes.
Wolf isn't a new player.
No. You wouldn't let me finish, but expected with new players sometimes, and unfortunate we had to see it twice so late in the game.
Yeah.
All right, gonna get a search for the Nami to get his Gum
another
Giant.
Gum Giant, so we know we have at least 2 in hand.
That always feels good, right? Blocker, Nico Robin.
Yep.
Set up a wall along with his already extremely aggressive board state. James K debating on whether he wants to go in and make that Sanji Pudding vulnerable to attack here.
Honestly, no. I don't think it's worth it.
That really just kind of stalls him up. Where pretty much only thing legally able to attack right now, or like safe to attack with, is leader.
I wouldn't even say that, because if we had a trigger off the Nami that kills the... If we had a Nami trigger that kills the...
The Sanji and Pudding.
Yeah.
All right, 7K. He is
Going
deciding
for
to.
aggression.
Is that a kid killer hand too?
Kid killer?
No, like a useless kid. Did I just see a useless kid? What's that last card?
Oh, the yellow Eustace kid, yes.
Interesting.
I know Wolf plays it for top end.
All right. Now,
Oh, that's what we forgot from the deck.
yeah, it was a useless kid. I was gonna say, because I don't remember putting that on the list. All right, this one gonna work. So the discard was the Atlas because he forgot, and then now we're gonna get a trigger. Edison.
Draw 2, trash 2.
Nice. That's an interesting tech ad. I like that.
The Edison is standard. That's not a
No,
tech.
no. That's going back to the useless kid.
Oh, okay.
So interesting. How do you feel about the useless kid there, Chandler? I'm really interested. Like, it's an interesting choice. Definitely out of theme, but very good card. What was the mindset in going into adding that to the deck? All right, back to Wolf. Full board. Lots of capable swinging cards here. Let's see if he decides to. If you want to protect his board, he can do it. Oh, there's Night Work Quasar. My help. Nice. Could set that up on board here. Kind of re-solidify some good defensive here. I feel like this is the turn that Wolf should start getting aggro. And especially if he's made it vulnerable. One of those Sanji Puddings. Chandler says, don't love it, but Vega can struggle in a close game that Life Trash helps with that. Okay.
Little Pancake says if you
If you
believe
something. Oh,
Yeah, because some people believe that Kid is the 7th satellite.
Yep. Yeah. Good point, Little Pancake. Thank you.
Only problem with that theory is we know pre-time skip Vegapunk didn't have his satellites because we saw, anime only haven't seen this yet.
Yeah. If I could find a better card, though, I would use it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, now we're using the Luffy to remove the Robin.
Okay.
Now we're drawing the card off of the Luffy.
See if we're gonna get some attacks in Sanji Pudding. I'd love to see Atlas or not Edison. Pythagoras. Yeah.
There is also an Edison on board.
Get into it. Little Pancake says it's Oda, so you gotta be a joke. It's just like Kid's arm.
Kid's arm makes sense because Kid has to use the robotic arm after time skip when Ben Beckman took his arm off.
Mm-hmm. Would be interesting. I'm curious if we're ever going to see him again.
Probably not. He might just be dead.
Yeah. I mean, that Divine Departure was pretty devastating. And that is in the anime. And I've seen it animated multiple times. I love it. That is not a spoiler. It's in the anime.
Chinlo's not caught up on the anime.
Oh, he's not?
No, apparently he dropped the manga around Zoe.
You dropped them. Get caught back up, brother. The rule is if it's in the anime, it's free game. And you had 6 months. This was before the 6-month break. You had 6-month break gap. You had so much time to get caught up. The Shanks Divine Departure attack was like one of the last episodes before they went on break. All right, Gum Gum Giant gonna defend out of this huge Atlas swing. I imagine this is gonna go into Sanji Pudding.
I don't know.
Did you see it?
Probably.
Yeah. Morning Chat says, "Yo, I read the whole manga in 7 months. Ain't no, yeah, right. I agree with you. And took your time. Yeah, honestly, those chapters.
7 months is a long time to read the entire manga. In all honesty, I got caught up on the entire manga in like
2 months.
Yeah.
Yeah. It goes by. I mean, but as Morning Chai said, it took his time. To see, to want to ingest as much as possible. I mean, for me, I'll told this multiple times, guys. I'll read the manga. I'll read it again. I'll watch 3 YouTube channels that talk about the same episode I just read, just to make sure I didn't miss anything. And then I'll watch 3 more theory pieces for the theory channels that come up with theories based on what we just saw. So, I mean, talk about overdose on just one episode release, or like one manga release, and I'm suddenly like 8 hours in content. Tired of One Piece fans telling me to catch up.
Yeah, well, don't complain about spoilers if you're
you're not willing to catch up. Like, we have to have a limit at some point. I can't just not talk about the lore while we're talking about the game.
Like, yeah, this is the One Piece card game. Of course, we're going to talk about One Piece.
And half the benefit of this is you get to actually enjoy the cool lore calls that some of the cards have, and the seeing these pieces synchronize. I mean, we just saw a Foxy player cheat, for gosh sakes. I'm just kidding.
You don't even know what Vegapunk is. Like, you haven't even gotten to Egghead. Okay, you were kidding.
That's a good rug pull right there. Well done.
I was about to say, you can't complain about not being caught up and play the deck that is literally a spoiler to you.
Bro, it's only 40 billion episodes. I watched 40 a day in like 20 years. Now he's being bullied.
As you should.
I love this community so much. Alright, Electric Luna was the lockdown.
Luna.
This usually means endgame, but I don't think we're in a state where James K could really threaten.
I mean, a
endgame.
Luffy could.
Alright.
Yeah, 6-drop Luffy could easily threaten the endgame.
Yeah.
Here.
Thank you, little pound cake. All right, so lockdown for the turn. Can attack with leader, and this is a aggressively good card against Vegapunk.
Yep.
Like, you've locked down the entire team.
Every single Egghead card is 5 cost or less.
Yeah.
So
It's
every
just-
single one of them goes under.
It's an immediate just lockdown. Chandler says the joke was the spoiler complaint. I am dead serious about being told to catch up.
I mean, just catch up if you feel like it. It gets really good, so I would highly recommend it, but do what you want.
The passion comes from all the people that realize just how great this story is. And I think it's like they want you to experience it with them. There's a lot to this. Some great lore, some great deep dives. Oda spends his time to make sure that he tries to get as much right as possible. They have like a 3 review process to try to make sure that they don't miss anything. Because the series is so long, they have like 3 reviewers to make sure that the right attack names were used, the right leg was used in certain kicks. Like, they have people like...
Little Pound Cake, shut up. Shut up. Shut up right now. Die.
In my opinion, Soul Leveling is better.
One Piece has more aura farming and hype moments than Solo Leveling does.
I think it'd have to. It's over 1,000 chapters. I don't know who can compete with that. I don't know anybody, any story. I mean, you could read War and Peace 6 times over.
Detective Conan, Pokemon. Both of those are longer
They're longer?
than One Piece, yeah.
With the because if you combine them. Well, no, Detective Conan.
Detective Conan is a longer running series than
One Piece.
One Piece, and Pokemon is also longer individually. If you combine all the ones.
If you get them all. Ooh, the Bible. I don't know. I think this is chasing the numbers to the Bible. Little Pound Cake told me the world building is better in solo leveling.
Solo leveling doesn't have world building. It barely has writing.
The hate Bible is my favorite shonen. I love that. There's some great shonen characters in there. Some great shonen characters. Have you seen have you read the story about David and Goliath? Huge shonen character. Huge shonen energy. Shaka out to replace the unusable Vegapunk here. Using stage, gonna activate, get one of the Sanji puddings up here. Now it has 3 Sanji puddings. Good grief.
So now leader effect actually ramps us.
Yeah. Jeez. So much extra Dawn use.
Hollow, you are correct.
Jojo? Yes.
Jesus is a JoJo.
Yeah, I can definitely
if
say
you
that.
haven't read part 7, that is actually true. And in part 7, Mormonism is canon to JoJo's.
I didn't know that.
Yes. So remember that next time. Mormonism is canon to JoJo's.
Oh, we did get isekai'd. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. We got some more accurate threads here. When are we gonna start like the Bible, the Bible lore channel, where we can come up with like theory crafting?
I feel like people have been doing that for thousands of years. I don't
Really?
think we can add much more to that conversation.
I think you'd be down. We could have
What,
hours
you mean,
of content.
Low Pound Cake, what, you mean the Rapture?
I can't wait for the next season. That's horrible. Because it did end on the Rapture. Oh, there's so many deep cut jokes here. I love it.
Oh, JoJo. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
for the JoJo. Okay.
Steel Ball Run is great,
Yeah,
though.
yes.
I am super excited to see that animated.
What would you overly long Crunchyroll title for a Jesus anime?
I got reincarnated as the son of God and then had to die for everyone's sins, but I'm okay with it.
Oh my god, was that off the top of the head?
Yes.
That was so good! Wow! That is so good! Dang, bro, your brain on fire tonight. Sorry for the slight distraction. James K. and Wolf seem to have
this
walled
game
up.
is just... They're just staring at each other now.
Right?
This is what every Vegapunk game turns into. You build a
man.
huge board, but then your opponent has some way to deal with it, and now you're just staring at each other.
Yeah. There's a lot of back and forth
Because
here.
if you attack, you risk it being a Rayquaza, and you die instantly.
Or you put 3 in life and you have to stare at each other and you're like, really, dude? Really? And there is an Rayquaza, right? That is that.
Yep, there is a Rayquaza in hand.
Yep. So we can see this in the very near future.
Looks like we're playing something. Oh no,
Yeah.
did we attack and block?
Yeah.
Okay, now we're searching.
Maybe the 4th piece of Sanji pudding? No, here's a good closer here.
Okay.
Getting close to a closer. James K. able to get his final piece here.
All praise Satin.
Satin. Satin's an interesting fabric.
Oh, he's in ad hell right now.
Oh,
well,
no.
you should subscribe.
What? I thought you were subscribed. I thought a bunch of people already put you in here. Oh.
I mean, I see like the Prime thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have Prime. You're fine. How are you in ads?
And he's one of my mods. Doesn't that
Mod,
super-
no. I know that from personal experience.
It doesn't give it?
Nope.
That's dumb. Yeah. It's
Twitch
new-
wants to get paid.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Does look good. He's watching the new Predator.
I haven't seen it.
I think the preview is all I've seen. But it does look promising. They did a really good job. Really good job with the one that went back in time.
I don't know anything about Predator.
Oh, okay. It was really good. I'm back. Maybe it's glitches. Got to log in and out. I was gonna say because I know you've been subscribed. You got a Prime sticker next to your name.
Yeah, like you have the thing. You're subscribed.
Mm-hmm.
You're giving us money, or well, you're giving us.
Well,
You're giving Amazon money to give us money.
yeah. Ironic that they would take that away from them. Though. It's so dumb. Because they already cut our earnings by like 70%. And then on top of that, they're going to take people that have an actual Prime. Looks like the League of Legends show.
Oh, Arcane? Arcane was
amazing.
I mean, season 2 was nowhere near as good as season 1.
I think it's hard to top that one. I think the nuance of it and the whole...
it was rushed. That season 2 should have been like at least like 2 or 3 seasons long. It rushed it way too much.
I think they're just trying to get to the other characters. They kind of got...
No, I think season 2 was the last season.
No, they got another season coming out with new characters. They already announced it.
Oh, okay.
They're going to introduce other characters that they want to get to. I'm using my mother-in-law's Prime account to sub, because why not?
I mean,
why not?
No one else is. Then
Yeah, right?
Go for it.
But it should still count.
I don't know.
It's so weird. It's got you with a Prime little crown next to your name, so
Yeah.
you shouldn't be seeing
I
commercials.
agree with Hollow on this one. I think season 2 should have had more episodes.
Yeah.
Again, it felt like it should have been multiple seasons long because, like, it should have been at least 2 seasons.
I about lost my mind when the baby little girl. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I about lost my mind in that scene. I thought that was so well done. It pulled me in.
It had a lot of well done
me.
scenes. I just think it could have used more time.
Yeah, I can see that. I always want more content when the content's that good. So I would definitely agree with you there.
Yeah, just the story should have been fleshed out more.
So much.
They did a lot of storytelling through montages, and I feel like it was potentially compelling things that should have like had its own full story arc instead of just being.
I like that they're more show than tell though, which is something that we're not getting a lot of media. There's more tell than show, and I'm getting irritated.
Yeah, because the general audience is dumb as bricks. Why do you think Solo Leveling is so popular?
Oh my god, that's exactly why stuff don't sell. You can't treat your audience as dumb. This audience is a lot smarter than you think. When you treat your audience as dumb, that's how you get bad product.
However, after Solo Leveling won Anime of the Year, no, I'm starting to think that the general audience is just that dumb.
You know that the general audience only had a 30% influence on the actual results, right?
Well, that's still way too much.
30%. The judges still have a 70%. Has a 70% take on it. You can't treat your audience as if they're dumb. You're gonna lose your audience. I don't think the audience is dumb. I think the audience is quite intelligent. I think the audience can see things. There are a lot of people that like to study these things. Look at what's selling right now. Some of the deepest, darkest, thoughtful type of storylines. Even in the One Piece, the show we're watching right now, it's got deep lore to it. People are into it for the deep takes, the deep lore.
But One Piece is also Oda's vision and not trying to appeal to a general audience. If you try to appeal to the general audience, you have to realize the general audience is the dumbest people out there.
I disagree. I think that it's a good way to doom yourself into a bad product. If you treat your
No, I'm saying the general audience is so dumb you shouldn't care what they think.
I disagree completely. You make your product for the customer.
No, you don't. You make art for yourself to express your own ideas. You're thinking of art as a product. That's not what art should be. Art is not meant to be sold. It's meant to be created and experienced.
But how does one survive if they don't sell it?
That's just a byproduct. I'm saying art for the sole purpose of being sold is a terrible way of creating art. If you sell something if you create something just for it to be just as a cynical cash grab, it's going to be bad. So yes, eventually you do have to sell your art, but you should be making the art that you want to make and not appealing to general audiences.
And where in that what I said does it say that I'm just trying to appeal to general audiences? The art. Okay, so this whole Solo Leveling 1 thing is something that's a lot deeper than I think a lot of you guys are missing. The judges had a 70% influence. I don't care how many votes you put in there. It is stated on the website that the judges would have a 70% sway on what won. The judges have so much sway that it's almost ridiculous to even count the votes because it doesn't matter. You could have 10 trillion votes for Solo Leveling, and it's still 30% of the vote. meaning that the judges ultimately got to choose what was there. The judges made the decision. What made the decision? Because Solo Leveling 2 was hot. It wasn't for Solo Leveling 2, but Solo Leveling 2 was hot in the media and noticed, and the judges, who, I don't know who they were, but likely are following what's been popular on the on the internet, followed that, and they picked it.
Yeah, but if a trillion people
its-
voted for Solo Leveling, that means a trillion people are dumb. I agree with Lil Poundcake on this.
Trillion people, no. It still was an entertaining show, and I think to belittle it,
I'm not...
You're taking away from it. Yes, you are. You're shitting on it because you don't like it. Listen, it's a good show. A lot of people can agree that it's a good show.
It's not good, no. It's flashy,
You're
it
fair.
has good action, but that's all it has going for it. It has no substance underneath. Like I said, it was designed in a lab to create TikTok edits and nothing else. Most people don't even watch the show, they just watch the TikTok edits. Because of how much attention span has been rotted. It was the same thing with Jujutsu Kaisen. Except, like, Jujutsu Kaisen actually had some substance to it, but people were just watching the TikTok edits, which is how we got so many people with so little comprehension of the story. This is how we get people saying that, like, the one good character moment in Solo Leveling, where, like, he cried over finally being able to see his mother awake again, how people were saying that scene made Sung Jin-woo lose aura and was terrible. People were saying that.
I agree. That wasn't the majority.
And those people are dumb.
I'm not going to say they're dumb. I refuse to say they're dumb. I'm going to say that they had their opinion. They had their opinion. I disagree with their opinion. Just like I disagree with your opinion about the way that you view Solo Leveling. But, yes, that opinion was voiced. It was not the majority, guys. It wasn't even close to the majority. A lot of people recognized how good that scene was, and how great the character development was, and how much that was necessary. There were people out there, maybe some people that are the loudest, maybe, but I don't think it was a majority. And there was a lot of people that just wanted to see the aura farming, because you're going to have people that are like that. That's fine. If
And
that's what
those
you're
people
into.
are dumb.
No. Don't call them dumb. They're not dumb. They just have their own interests. It's different than you. Just because it's different doesn't mean it's dumb. You can have something that's different than other people. That's the beauty of being life. If everyone thought the same way and felt the same way, well, life would be boring. You gotta have something out there. You gotta have something to experience, something you want to be out there. It has to be variance. You want to have diversity. You want to have all these things out there. You don't want to be pigeonholed into thinking you have to think just one way towards things. It's just gross. There's no meaning to life. It's the going back to the philosophy of if you lived in a perfect world, how long before everyone would destroy it? Because you can't just have this utopia where everything's perfect and you have no comparison to it. You have to have antithesis. You have to have things that change things up. Variance. You got to have different things for different people. Everyone has different
I
interests.
understand that. But I'm saying that, like, if you're looking at things in a critical lens and judging them that way, Solo Leveling is bad.
I think it's fantastic. I think they did a really good job with developing the character. I think they told a story with some
one scene.
passionate, and not just one scene. There's a
Getting stronger is not character development.
100% is character development, because what is getting stronger? It's overcoming tragedy. That's what getting stronger is. Overcoming tragedy is character development. That is the definition of character development.
Okay, what aside from his mother, what tragedy did Sung Jin-woo deal
He
with?
lost all the people in his first day where he was going to die. Every single time he knew he was the worst. The worst. People hated him. Got spat on every single day because everyone knew he was the weakest hunter. Had to take the most amount of bullying because he was the weakest hunter. He knew
And then he got a magical power that instantly solved all of his problems.
on a day that he was willing to give up his entire life because he knew what he was doing was right because he was doing it for his mother. The day that he was willing to give it all up and then got lucked into something, but in the moment where he was about to die, gave up everything because he knew everything he did was right and just and for the for a good future for his mother. He knew he was a terrible hunter. He knew everything about that. He was the weakest hunter. He was only there because he knew that the organization would pay for his mother's hospital bills that he couldn't afford because he had no other skills. He had no other talent. He didn't finish school. He didn't do anything else in his life. He literally felt like he'd given up on his life. The quotes when he's about to die and he's about to get hit by the last thing that he knew all of his life had amounted to this, and at least he could look out for his friends and they could escape for him. At least they could get out before the last plane went out there. As he was doing his best to try and keep
if I
everyone
remember,
else
he
alive.
was like actually being spiteful and jealous of those people.
He, in a moment, in a emotional response, I think he would have in the same situation where you're going to die and they're not. Maybe, but no, there was an actual self-giving in him to sacrifice his life to allow the female that kept him alive, the healer that kept him alive, all those years in those dungeons. He was willing to give up that for her. That's character development. That's the design.
That was the first episode. That doesn't count as character development. That just counts as
Sets up
character
the
establishment.
borderline.
That's
Yes.
exposition, not character development.
It is set. You have to deal with some kind of crushing defeat or something to come over to in order to build from it to show character growth.
Okay, and then he never loses again after that, and it's a boring show.
It's not true. There's times when he gets very close to.
Very close, but not actually losing. There's no stakes to the show. After he gets the system, there is never again stakes.
Bro, every shonen, the main character wins in the end. Every shonen. They overcome. They got plot armor. They have things. I'm not going to say I know what the One Piece is or how this is going to end, but I'm willing to bet you Luffy wins. I might be wrong. Oda could rug pull me. Rug pull me. But Luffy's probably going to win. Because he's a protagonist.
But he has lost. We had Sabaody. We had that moment of complete and utter defeat after the characters had already been established. A character losing at the very beginning and then getting a magical thing that's basically a get out of jail free card and makes them infinitely strong isn't interesting.
To you.
Yeah.
To other people it does. I mean, we got multipass in here. We got some other people that like that. That's just it. We all have our own likes. It's okay to like or hate it. I don't care if you hate it. I can disagree with you just like you disagree with me. But in the end of the day, it does have those things you say it's lacking. It just wasn't enough for you, which is okay. You want more.
Yeah, I want more out of my stories than the bare minimum.
I wouldn't even say that's a bare minimum because we're not even getting that at some of the newer stories coming out. We're not even getting half that. It is kind of heated.
They're not meeting the bare minimum. Because we're not getting what solo leveling is the bare minimum for storytelling. And the fact that it's standing out because there are stories that aren't even giving that is really disappointing to hear.
Yeah, it is.
Like, the amount of isekai slop that we get every year, like, the generic, like, lowbrow, like, harem anime, like, isekai slop that we get because it appeals to people's carnal senses and such. Like, yes, we get all that. But at the same time, that doesn't make something that does something slightly better like actually good. It means that it is a like lukewarm power fantasy that among a sea of garbage actually looks good.
That could be a whole nother topic in itself right there. Maybe it is because we've been treated with being dumb and being stupid and people putting out dumb and stupid content because they think everyone's dumb and stupid. And thus, we get bullcrap entertainment. And thus, we finally get something that's halfway decent with Solo Leveling and love it. Because if you treat your audience as dumb and stupid...
I'm not saying treating your audience as dumb and stupid is a good thing. I'm saying...
No, but that's the whole mindset in itself is what I'm saying, bro.
No, I'm trying... I feel like we have realized... I think what's happened is there's been a miscommunication.
Okay.
Because what I mean by saying that the general audience... I'm saying... The general audience isn't very smart, but I'm saying that because they appeal to, but like I'm saying you can't appeal to that general audience and you can't treat your audience as, you can't, like, my opinion is I do think that the general audience will just eat things up. This is how we get a million Marvel movies that are very mediocre. This is how we get the current like movie ecosystem. But you can't appeal to those people. You have to create a niche. You have to create your own niche and, like, create a niche where you respect your audience and be like, okay, if you're on this similar wavelengths to me, like, this is why we need, like, more auteur directors, you know? I will say this, like, a Wes Anderson movie or a Tarantino movie will always be better than whatever Marvel spews out. And because, like, and it's because they're not trying to appeal to this general audience that you kind of have to talk down to.
They're trying to appeal to their audience.
Yes, and I'm saying you find your own audience.
Absolutely. And what do you think Solo Leveling did? It found their audience.
I mean, yes, but that audience was the... Okay. I think Solo Leveling is just a tangent that I feel like we're going to clash on forever, and it's never going to be productive. I think we should just drop that for right now.
Okay.
But I think the main core of what we're trying to talk about right now, I feel like was just a miscommunication of you have to find an audience and find your own way instead of just trying to appeal to like the masses and like try to create something that sells
So
the
cookie
most.
cutting, yeah. No, I couldn't agree more with you on that.
So I feel
Yeah.
like I wasn't articulating my points well, and that led to this heated disagreement.
Yeah, I mean, you say it's heated is good. Good heated conversations like this is very good for communication. So sometimes you need to have them, and I think it's important. Get the feelings, get the emotions out, and
Right, and this game has been boring as sin, so this has been a lot better than whatever we've had to be talking about this at.
Can you imagine that just trying to clip this thing? It looks more like we're one of those YouTubers that like put gameplay in the
This
back.
is the
and
Subway
just,
Surfer footage.
Yes. It's Subway Surfer footage. You guys are like, you guys can watch the game. You guys have this while we debate these things.
I mean, we've been seeing these two players stare at each other forever with these like big boards, and it's just been such a slog, and it looks like maybe we're finally about to see the end of
We
this.
finally see the secret of Luffy. Finally.
We've
After
had this
all
in hand
time.
for so long.
Right? Is this gonna be the finisher? Are we gonna fight to that last trigger unknown in life? I appreciate the debate, though. I hope you didn't feel it.
No, I mean it's a good conversation to have.
Absolutely. Those are the conversations sometimes you need to have. Like not every conversation is gonna be fluffy. You gotta have butt heads to try to come to a real solution. Like you have to have these heated debates to come to a real resolution of certain conflicts. So, and I'm happy that we can have those things. And at the end of the day, we're still friends.
Yeah.
We're still going. I'll take you out to dinner tomorrow. We'll laugh at each other. You'll probably come up with something I did wrong. And it was a good debate. No, I good conversation. Thanks. All right, are we gonna attack with this Luffy?
We've been thinking about it for so long.
Alamamo says this match is taking ages. I know.
Oh, we
I
were
know.
about to, but then we took it back.
Oh my god. We've just moved ourselves into a different meta. With the what'd you call it again? You just said it. Like the type of content where there's something playing in the background.
Oh, the Subway Surfer footage.
Subway Surfer, yeah. We just joined ourselves into a whole new meta with Subway Surfer because the match is taking so long. Jason says Jimmy asked us to run it back when it was over. I did actually. I did.
So this is your fault?
No, it's not my fault. The game hasn't ended yet. He said after. I said this will end. This will end. There's a timer on it.
We have 3 minutes.
3
left of
minutes
this.
left here.
3 minutes.
What's up here? Lavaca says, all we are saying is Solo lovely in his coloring book and Freerin is... Oh, seriously. It wasn't
Yeah, no,
always-
Freerin was amazing.
Yeah, 100%. I could not agree with that opinion more.
Yeah, like
It should have won. It really should have. But
Yeah, no,
when
like-
the judges are paid by Crunchyroll and God knows. what's
Freerun
going
was on Crunchyroll. The one that I'm more suspicious of is that Dungeon Meshi didn't win anything because that was a Netflix thing.
on. The Bleach one kind of threw me off too for some of them because Bleach, I think, in some of the categories should have won those.
Yeah. I haven't seen Core 3 of Thousand Year Blood War, but
That's good.
I've read the manga. I know it's good.
Yeah.
I know they added a lot for Core 3, like a lot from like the light novels and stuff to give extra context of what the story is.
Mm-hmm.
So I do need to catch up with Thousand Year Blood War. But my totally legal site that I used to watch anime on had pretty bad audio compression issues with Bleach, so
That's a nonsense.
yeah.
Well, maybe sometime I'll get on my device and show you my Hulu account so you can watch it.
I'll just find a better site.
Okay, that's fair.
Oh my god, how long are we just gonna be sitting here?
James K. and Wolf had an intellectual debate, just as intellectual as ours, conversation, which had to deal with if nothing sticks to Teflon, then what does Teflon stick to? And they never got to a conclusion at the end of this debate, but they did go back and forth with that discussion for quite a while. Wolf, did we ever get to a conclusion? The Apothecary
I haven't
Diaries,
read
oh,
it.
it's so
I haven't
good.
seen Apothecary Diaries yet.
It's good.
I'm like middle of Dungeon Meshi right now.
Oh, okay.
Because I started it, got way too hungry while watching it, so I kind of had to drop it because of that.
That's fair.
And now I've started it back up again after seeing Freerin, and so now I'm gonna finish Dungeon Meshi and then watch Apothecary Diaries.
Oh, nice. All right, good. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. All right, so the second attack from this Monkey D. Luffy, I believe that was the second attack.
I hope
got
so.
a life, because I'm pretty sure he blocked out of the first one with Vegapunk. Now,
Yeah, there's no
Lilith
longer-
on a trigger.
And we still have a Shaka on board.
Chainless says, conclusion is what Jimmy... sorry, I got distracted. I was curious. The philosophical debate that you and James K had about if nothing sticks to Teflon, what does Teflon stick to? I was wondering what the conclusion was. It was also just a joke because the game took so long. But you're welcome to answer that question.
I don't even know what the hell a Teflon is.
It's a material used. They had to create it during the nuclear construction because they did the stuff with plutonium would erode so much, so Teflon would protect the nuclear.
Teflon is a vegetable? Salt?
Teflon is a vegetable. It's what
All
they
right,
put on
wait, what
things.
was the conclusion to that game? I didn't see...
James K won. James K won.
Okay.
He got another attack in with his leader.
And that means I win the entire tournament, even though I didn't
Yes.
show up on camera once.
So to explain this one, I think we did talk to you guys earlier. James K
Was
is
not
in the
actually
tournament.
in the league.
Yeah.
And
He
so
was-
he forfeited his final game to me.
Yeah.
Meaning I win
without even being on camera.
without even being on camera.
Yeah.
So from behind, I win.
Huge win. We're going to check out the new leaderboard here in just a moment. Get this thing set up, and then we're going to get out to the pack giveaway so we can get this man out, so we can get some sleep before he goes to work. But check out our new leaderboard. We have Porter at 24 commanding points. It's a 9-point lead to the next runner-up, Greg, at 15. Wolf, 13. Slack Tide, 13. Colin, 10.
So that means Greg would have to win 4 to overcome me.
Yep. And Greg is...
Out of only
is-
5 left.
Yep. I mean, it's not impossible, but...
But we're getting to the point where it's at a... If I win one more, I think it is just over.
Absolutely. Yeah. You put in a lot of great effort for this one, man. Congrats.
I started playing good decks and I started winning.
I'm proud of you, man. You did a really good job. You said you were going to take this season seriously. You said you're going to really start putting your all into it. And you've been crushing it, man. I mean, that shows the dedication of someone who wants to like take a goal seriously, put their focus into it.
I mean, I wasn't taking it seriously till I somehow found myself in first place and I was like, might as well.
Okay. Interesting.
Like, I randomly started winning with Usopp, and then Usopp stopped being good, so I switched to Shanks.
Yeah. But the work you put into it shouldn't go unspoken. I know that you're trying to be humble about it, but seriously, you did a lot of great work, and I'm proud of you for getting this far. We're going to see. We have one more game to lock it up, to see if he can lock it up. If Porter can win this Saturday, which is the box tourney, right? Yeah. So the box tourney, if you can win some awesome prizes with the box tourney, you can solidify yourself as MVP. And then I got to come up with a catered gift for you.
Take a manga law, please.
A manga law. That's it. Just a manga law. All right, guys, we are ready to give away the packs. We got the wheel all set up with a couple missing names. Go back to us real quick. Wait, I can set up the wheel here. We got a few names, late entries in here. Want to make sure I don't miss you. Appreciate you all for being here. And thanks for listening to us rant on for hours about anime. It's honestly one of my favorite pastimes. If you guys are out there thinking, oh man, that's so heated. Anime is a passion, man. If you're going to put your passion into it, it's going to come with emotion. So I definitely respect that we're going to have some really good debates going back and forth.
All I'm saying is if you want aura farming and hype moments, Record of Ragnarok.
Oh,
Unfortunately, the anime is a PowerPoint presentation, but the manga is really good.
I started with a manga, and I was hoping for more.
I unfortunately kind of fell off of the manga around the Apollo versus Leonidas fight.
Mm-hmm.
Like I haven't seen that, and like I think I finished it was Tesla versus Beelzebub was the last fight of that I finished, which was really good.
Tofu boy, I think we got it. Yeah, we got a lot of chance.
Morning Chai. You have him.
Got Morning Chai. 215.
Healthy wheel. Very healthy wheel. ReZero, I
like that one a lot.
I haven't gotten back into it. I remember really liking it.
Mm-hmm.
But like that's another one that's like kind of an earned power fantasy where I feel like the character like where
What power? Also, just reliving his H-double hockey sticks here.
Yeah.
Hey, we got another new chatter and a new entry of the wheel. Yeah, ReZero was amazing.
Yeah, no, I've only seen season 1 and the first half of season 2 because they had to take a hiatus midway through season 2 when it was airing.
Yeah.
So after the hiatus, I wasn't able to come back.
Where did you stop, Porter? Do you remember?
It was when they took a hiatus for season 2. I don't remember the exact point. I'd probably have to rewatch the whole show.
Hello, guys. It's Cole, the super tall guy. Hey, Cole, good to see you. All right, so you're local here. That means I'll be able to get in touch with you. All right, we got the wheel set up, guys. Let's get to it. Let's get the 2 packs away. The super tall guy. You know what he's talking about. He's a new player. Really tall, young kid. The son. Well, I don't want to dox him, but yeah. Al Forrest. Oh, Al Forrest. Yeah.
Something around there. Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Great story, guys. Let's get to the wheel.
I need to get back into it, but I have such a massive backlog, man.
Right.
It's
There's so many good hits out there right now.
Yeah. I still want to watch the new Shinichiro Watanabe show, Lazarus. Same director as Cowboy Bebop. And Cowboy Bebop is arguably the greatest anime ever made.
Yeah, it's classic. Richie D. Luffy, I don't see you in the chat, and I don't see a rigged.
Rigged.
I don't see a rigged. This man is the first to say rigged, and I don't... There it is! That's my man, Richie D. Luffy. Congratulations. All right, I was going to say, I was a little disappointed. I was waiting for Richie D. Luffy to come out and say, rigged! Rigged! Like, I can't even get excited if I don't see that in the chat. Congratulations. Huge win. First one here. Spike is a top 3 MC.
Yeah,
right.
Spike is very good.
Bruheen, I think I have you... I should. Yeah, Bruheen, you're in. You're good. You did not miss the raffle again. This is actually the first pack. It's the first pack. So, you're here just in time. You missed a heated debate about anime. But, it was a good debate. It was a very good day. Gulag. To the gulag with you. Alright, here we go. Richie D. Luffy. Oh, he was on daddy duties. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I'm glad you got it, though. I would have been more upset had you not been here to say rigged than anything else. All right, I'm not going to go over these too long. Honestly, if you open about 5 of these packs, you've seen every card except for the rares and super rare.
Yeah, no, this is a very small set, which is kind of weird that they gave it so many garbage vanillas in it.
Right?
Like, this wasn't even a set that was supposed to have a sealed event. We did one just for fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, too. Gum Pistol.
Frankie.
Solid
card for green purple.
Come on. This is going to be the first hit. Richie D. Luffy!
Zoro. Not a bad card.
Utility, good cards. Everyone's liking these cards right now. You need them for the green purple. They could have some later use here. I think they're good.
Might be worth messing around in red green law.
Yeah. Ads. Oh no, are we in ads? Did I miss it?
I don't know.
Gatekeeping the poll.
Nothing worth it.
Zoro is good. Yeah, Zoro is good.
Yeah, Zoro is good.
Where's the ads? If they're still on, can you guys tell me when the ads? No, when the ads end. Oh. Okay.
Well, there you go.
Okay, now I know. Okay, we got a minute and 30 seconds, I guess, before we can get the last pack opening here because I don't want anybody to miss us. What else do we want to debate? Do we want to talk about creationism? I'm just kidding, guys. I'm just kidding.
Honestly, here's my biggest way to debunk creationism outright. Creation is an iterative process. Do you think God just sculpted a perfect human right off the bat? Evolution is just God. Like, I don't even fully, like, I'm not a super religious person, but, like, if you want to look at it, evolution is just God, like, working on creating the current product. Like, on creating the current, like, state of things. It's just the iteration of art.
Okay. As ended. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, we're back into it. Let's get into it.
There's my debunk of creationism.
All right, last pack. Let's go. Big wheel here. Oh, are we going to do a tax? Oh, no, we don't do a tax pack. Captain Literal, the man who's currently playing in his locals out in Vegas. Congratulations, Jimmy. You were staring me in the soul while Porter was monologuing. Yes, I was. Yes, I was. That's what I was going for. It scared me. Sometimes it's good to be scared. Just kidding. Sorry. It's a good time. I had to let the man talk. All right. Captain Literal, congratulations. Nope. Yet. Do you want to see if it is? You want to see it? Check it out. Captain Literal. This is going to be your pack opening. Did we miss it? No, we got that.
Hollow Soul is.
Yeah, we got it. Get me scared here. Good luck, Captain, indeed. Let's see what you get.
Actually, are they?
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
Let's go. Get a little closer to the camera if you would. Okay. We're going to get our first... Ooh, don't! Chopper Man. That's a nice one.
No, it's not.
It's an awesome one. It's the best card in the game. Let's go. Come on. Sanji.
Sanji's not a bad card for like an L. I mean, putting in's not bad, and Usopp.
Still no big hit.
Just means that you have to keep chatting,
Chatting,
giving
yes.
us engagement, giving us more promotion, giving us more money.
I don't think they give us money. If anything,
You can
give me the
bribe
face of
us to put your name multiple times on the wheel.
That's not actually officially a thing. Please don't push that. But
No, give us money. We'll totally put your name more on the wheel. We totally will do
it's not like
that.
you can't even see the wheel as it is and what it represents. Guys, who's live? I was about to go off and not even go into someone's live. Who's live? We're going to do ourselves a raid. Thank you so much for being here. I've had a good time.
Oh, Chicky Tendies.
Yeah, baby. Let's pay it forward. Chicken Tendies in the chat. Let's see what he's up to. Guys, I really appreciate your time today. I hope you guys had fun with this one. This one was a banger. But we have some awesome content. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow if you want one of those chances for one of the 2 free packs of OP11. Because we're going to be doing that live. We're going to be opening up in the studio at Lifelink Games. And then, of course, on Saturday, we're going to be recording next week's content for the box tournament. So if you guys are in the local area, want to get in for a new box for OP11, show up on Saturday, guys. It's going to be a good time. All right. Anything you want to say before we go?
Solo leveling is garbage.
Good night, everybody. And as always, stay hum, bro. Gotta wait.
He's playing Nami.